Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we'd say something like, why in God's name would someone think attacking law enforcement and occupying the United States Capitol is the best way to show that you're right? Why would you do that? Rioters and thugs don't run the Capitol. We're the United States of America. We disagree on a lot of things, and we have a lot of spirited debate in this room. But we talk it out, and we honor each other, even in our disagreement. That person is not my enemy. That's my fellow American. And while we disagree on things and disagree strongly at times, we do not encourage what happened today, ever. I want to join my fellow senators in saying thank you to the Capitol Hill Police, the law enforcement, the National Guard, the Secret Service, who stood in harm's way. While we were here debating, they were pushing back. And I was literally interrupted mid-sentence speaking here because we were all unaware of what was happening right outside this room because of their faithfulness and because of what they have done. And I want to thank them. Ronald Reagan once said, "Peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means." The peaceful people in my state in Oklahoma want their questions answered, but they don't want this, what happened today. They want to do the right thing, and they also want to do it the right way. They want to honor the constitutional process, but they also want to have debate about election security because they want to make sure it's right, which is why it's an important issue that still needs to be resolved. Transparency in government just doesn't seem like a bad idea. Obviously, the commission that we have asked for is not going to happen at this point, and I understand that. And we're headed towards tonight, towards the certification of Joe Biden to be the President of the United States. And we will work together in this body to be able to set a peaceful example for the days ahead. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto.
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. Vice President, I know that this room is full of leaders of both parties who love this country, and many believe that for America to succeed, our politics must find common ground. And that has never been clearer than today, when armed rioters stormed the U.S. Capitol, emboldened by President Trump's false and inflammatory rhetoric about the 2020 elections. I believe that we in this chamber have a special duty as leaders to work together to lower the temperature of our politics. And I hope that my colleagues who have questioned the legitimacy of this election in Arizona and all of these other states now see the dire and dangerous consequences of sowing doubt and uncertainty. I also know that as U.S. senators, we all take solemnly the oath we swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. At this moment in history, I can think of nothing more patriotic than renewing our faith in the charters of freedom that our founding fathers crafted for our republic, starting with the fundamental American principle in our Declaration of Independence that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. The people have spoken in this election, and our only job here today is to do what they ask. It is not to argue election security.
Amici di MePiù, buonanotte a tutti, buonanotte per chi ci segue ora italiana. Come vedete è ricominciato il dibattito alla Camera per la certificazione dei voti che decideranno poi il Presidente degli Stati Uniti per i prossimi 4 anni. In questo momento il dibattito verte sulla criminalizzazione delle proteste e degli atti di violenza che si sono visti in queste ore. Non so se forse il microfono è un po' basso, datemi qualche feedback in chat. Provo ad alzare un po' il volume che lo vedo un po' bassino. Quindi seguiamo ancora per un po' appunto il dibattito che ancora non è cominciato per quanto riguarda la certificazione, ma esclusivamente a commento, a conclusione di quello che è successo durante la giornata, e dopodiché torno anch'io con voi, vediamo di capire anche cosa viene detto e come verte la seduta.
And neither did any court ask to review the state's findings. In Arizona, Republican Governor Doug Ducey, Democratic Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, Republican Attorney General Mark Brnovich, and State Supreme Court Chief Justice Robert Brutinel all certified the results of the election on November 30th. And we have heard, Arizonans have been voting by mail for almost 30 years. And Governor Ducey has expressed confidence in the state's process numerous times. In November, he said, "We do elections well here in Arizona. The system is strong, and that's why I have bragged on it so much." He further stated, "We have some of the strongest election laws in the country, laws that prioritize accountability and clearly lay out our procedures for conducting, canvassing, and even contesting the results." And they are right. Arizona has one of the most transparent election processes in the country, with built-in accountability, starting with internal auditing. We have heard unfounded allegations that voting machines in Arizona and elsewhere somehow changed vote tallies or somehow improperly rejected ballots while claiming to accept them. These allegations all ignore the fact that Arizona counties conducted ballot audits by hand to double-check the machine counts, and these audits found no widespread fraud or irregularities. Maricopa County, the county where more than 60% of the state population resides, conducted a post-election hand count audit in the week after the election, which showed perfect 100% accuracy in the machine tabulations.
Ecco, in questo momento, adesso forse il volume è fin troppo alto. In questo momento stiamo ascoltando una senatrice, repubblicana, che appunto dice, nonostante ci sia stata tutta una serie di contestazioni, per ora la situazione è ancora in stallo. Scusate, democratica, non repubblicana, la situazione ancora non è chiara. Si chiede come mai appunto ancora si debba discutere di questo, nonostante sia stato già discusso nei rispettivi stati dai quali provengono i governatori che oggi esprimono la loro preferenza. Torniamo ancora un attimo con l'audio, tanto sta fondamentalmente spiegando che non si poteva verificare dettaglio per dettaglio tutto quanto il processo elettorale, e quindi in questo momento secondo lei è inutile dibattere di questo.
Procedures from the Arizona Secretary of State. And the court found that Maricopa County officials therefore could not lawfully have performed the hand count audit the way the plaintiffs wanted it done. If they had done so, they would have exposed themselves to criminal punishment.
The senator's 5 minutes is expired.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would close by just saying, please, my colleagues, do not disenfranchise the voters of Arizona and certify their votes tonight. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes.
E quindi fondamentalmente chiede di accettare il voto dell'Arizona e va avanti la discussione.
At the time I prepared my remarks for today, it seems like a lifetime ago. A lot's changed in the last few hours. And so I'm going to deliver some of the same remarks, but it has a little bit of a different feel than it would have just a few hours ago. My thoughts and prayers go out to the family members of those who have been injured or killed today. My heartfelt
Questo è il senatore dello Utah.
police who valiantly defended our building and our lives. Well, it's true that legitimate concerns have been raised with regard to how some of the key battleground states conducted their presidential elections. This is not the end of the story.
Sì, appunto, come state sentendo, questo è sono gli interventi post-assalto, come l'hanno chiamato, a Capitol Hill. Per chi chiede in chat, vedo che qualcuno chiedeva disorientato cosa sta succedendo, va avanti la discussione per la certificazione dei voti, e però adesso fondamentalmente quasi tutta la discussione, oltre che sulla certificazione dei voti, è centrata appunto sugli eventi a Capitol Hill di questa giornata. Torniamo con l'audio dal Senato.
And the Constitution makes very clear, under Article 2, Section 1, that the states shall appoint presidential electors according to procedures that their legislatures develop. Then comes the 12th Amendment. It explains what we're doing here today in the Capitol. It explains that the President of the Senate, the Vice President of the United States, shall open the ballots, and the votes shall then be counted. It's those words that confine, define, and constrain every scrap of authority that we have in this process. Our job is to open and then count. Open, then count. That's it. That's all there is. Now, there are, of course, rare instances in which multiple slates of electors can be submitted by the same state. That doesn't happen very often. Happened in 1960, it happened in 1876. Let's hope it doesn't ever happen again. In those rare moments, Congress has to make a choice. It has to decide which of the electoral votes will be counted and which will not. That did not happen here.
Fondamentalmente un intervento
Thank
sull'ordine dei
heavens, and let's
lavori,
hope that
quindi
it never does.
scusate, c'è la sovrapposizione degli audio. Questo fondamentalmente è un intervento sull'ordine dei lavori, quindi sui ruoli e sulle modalità di certificazione dei voti, che secondo appunto questo senatore c'è stata un'interferenza anche c'è stata fin troppa interferenza dagli organi del Senato come il Vice Pence di Trump.
And I've spent a lot of time on the phone with legislators and other leaders from the contested states. I didn't initially declare my position because I didn't yet have one. I wanted to get the facts first, and I wanted to understand what was happening. I wanted to give the people serving in government in the contested states the opportunity to do whatever they felt they needed to do to make sure that their election was properly reflected. I spent an enormous amount of time reaching out to state government officials in those states, but in none of the contested states, no, not even one, did I discover any indication that there was any chance that any state legislature or secretary of state or governor or lieutenant governor had any intention to alter the slate of electors. That being the case, our job is a very simple one. This simply isn't how our federal system is supposed to work. That is to say, if you have concerns with the way that an election in the presidential race was handled in your state, the appropriate response is to approach your state legislatures, first and foremost. These protests, from hearing from those who have raised concerns, they should have been focused on their state capitals, not their nation's capital.
Facciamo un riassunto veloce. Praticamente dice che ha parlato con molti governatori, molti organi appunto decisionali, e non ha trovato nessun tipo di irregolarità, e diceva che se qualcuno ha delle preoccupazioni su come è andata l'elezione del proprio Stato dovrebbe informare gli organi competenti, perché i ruoli sono definiti e non c'era bisogno di avvisare la Casa Bianca, ma direttamente i membri dello Stato e i legislatori appunto dello Stato d'appartenenza.
Because our role is narrow, our role is defined, our role is limited. Yes, we are the election judges when it comes to members elected to our own body. And yes, the House of Representatives, they're the judges of their own races there. We also have the authority to prescribe, as a Congress, rules governing the time, place, and manner of elections for senators and representatives. There is no corresponding authority with respect to presidential elections. None whatsoever. It doesn't exist. Our job is to convene, to open the ballots, and to count them. That's it. Thank you.
Democratic
Adesso parla il
leader.
senatore del Colorado.
Colorado, Mr. Bennett.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it's been a terrible day for everybody here and for our country. One of the things I was thinking about today is something I often think about when I'm on this floor, which is that the founders of this country, the people that wrote our Constitution, actually knew our history better than we know our history.
Ora ricorda coloro che hanno scritto la Carta Costituzionale, che sapevano sicuramente meglio di chi sta vivendo il momento attuale cosa stavano scrivendo e che cosa voleva dire fare il politico e che cosa volesse dire un momento come questo.
Prevented Rome from casting their ballots for consuls, for praetors, for senators. These were the offices in Rome. And these armed gangs ran through the streets of Rome, keeping elections from being started, keeping elections from ever being called. And in the end, because of that, the Roman Republic fell and a dictator took its place. And that was the end of the Roman Republic.
E parla fondamentalmente della problematica, della mancanza dei valori che hanno determinato appunto la caduta di vari imperi, tra cui quello romano e quindi anche quello che stiamo vedendo adesso, fondamentalmente, secondo il senatore.
We give the biggest bipartisan vote we can in support of our democracy and in support of our Constitution and in rejection for what we saw today and what the Roman Republic saw in its own time. There's a tendency around this place, I think, to always believe that we're the first people to confront something when that's seldom the case, and to underappreciate what the effect of our actions will be. We need to deeply appreciate in this moment our obligation to the Constitution, our obligation to the democracy, our obligation to the Republic. There are people in this chamber that have twisted the words.
Dice che ci sono stati momenti che all'interno di quella stanza hanno cambiato il destino del mondo. Io intervengo nel momento in cui c'è qualcosa di rilevante, altrimenti vi lascio l'audio finché non c'è qualcosa di realmente interessante da riportarvi.
Except in very rare circumstances. That's what that law is about, that the senator of Texas was talking about today. And that's the law that's leading us to be asked to overturn the judgments of 60 courts in America, many of them courts in Arizona, some of whom have howled the president's lawyers out of the courtrooms because there's no evidence of fraud. And by the way, the fact that 37% or 39% of Americans think there's no evidence of...
Secondo lui non c'è frode, anche se gran parte dei cittadini americani lo credono.
If you turned a blind eye to a conspiracy theory, you can't now come to the floor of the Senate and say you're ignoring the people who believe the election was stolen. Go out there.
Allora interagisco anche un po' con voi qui nella chat e mi chiedete chi è nelle immagini che portano via sulla sedia da ufficio. L'abbiamo detto e l'abbiamo ripreso praticamente durante il live di oggi pomeriggio. Era il senatore Ted Cruz che però non si capisce come mai appunto fosse in quella condizione portato via in quel momento. Invece notizia certa che la donna alla quale hanno sparato all'interno del congresso americano è deceduta, e quindi la notizia era certa, anche se noi inizialmente non l'avevamo data come certa, perché appunto ci arrivava da fonti non verificate.
We've got a solemn obligation and responsibility here to prove once again that this country is a nation of laws and not of men. And the only result that we can reach together is one that rejects the claim of the senator from Texas and the other members of the House and Senate who seek to overturn the decisions that are made by the states, by the voters in the states, and by the courts. If we follow what they have proposed, we will be the ones that will have disenfranchised every single person who cast a vote in this election, whether they voted for the president or they didn't. I urge you to reject this, and I deeply appreciate the opportunity to serve with every single one of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Loeffler.
Senator from Georgia.
Mr. President, when I arrived in Washington this morning, I fully intended to object to the certification of the electoral votes. However, the events that have transpired today have forced.
Grazie mille Ale M per il sostegno che ci hai inviato in questo momento, ripaghi tutta la passione che ci stiamo mettendo e l'impegno.
The violence, the lawlessness, and siege of the halls of Congress are abhorrent and stand as a direct attack on the very institution my objection was intended to protect, the sanctity of the American democratic process. And I thank law enforcement for keeping us safe. I believe that there were last-minute changes to the November 2020 election.
Crede che ci siano state molte irregolarità. Poco fa ha detto che non se la sente di certificare il voto. Credo che parli solo dell'Arizona. Ringraziava la polizia per la protezione che ha dimostrato in questo momento, però vede un sistema non chiaro e quindi prega di non vedere tutta questa roba ancora una volta.
Uncertain. We as a body must turn our focus to protecting the integrity of our elections and restoring.
Dobbiamo avere l'obiettivo di proteggere queste elezioni perché sono a rischio. L'America è un paese diviso in questo momento, ci sono grandi differenze. E non ci devono essere disaccordi e ci deve essere comunione di intenti per poter proteggere la democrazia.
Democratic leader.
Ancora democratic.
Minutes to Senator Booker and 2.5 minutes to Senator Kaine. In reverse order.
Mr. President and my colleagues.
Senator from Virginia.
I applaud the comments of my colleague from Georgia deeply. My first job after school was in Macon, Georgia, working for a federal judge, Lanier Anderson. And I learned a lot about integrity and a lot about law from him. I also learned some sad lessons that in the history of Georgia, and indeed Virginia and many states, so many people, especially people of color, have been disenfranchised over the course of our history. Our late friend, John Lewis, congressman from Georgia, was savagely beaten on Bloody Sunday just for marching for voting rights. That act of
parlando di tutti i
violence
soprusi, diciamo, subiti dalle comunità africane, e parla delle marce unitarie del 75 e che bisognerebbe vedere di nuovo, secondo lui, il Senato degli Stati Uniti unito contro la violenza che si è manifestata nelle ultime ore.
Instead, we're contemplating an unprecedented objection that would be a massive disenfranchisement of American voters. The Georgia result was very clear, a 12,000 vote margin, 2 certifications by Republican officials, 4 separate recounts and canvasses, 7 lawsuits, as in the other states. If we object to results like this, the message is so clear. We are saying to states, no matter how secure and accurate your elections are, we'll gladly overthrow them if we don't like who you voted for. But more importantly, what we'll be saying, really what we'll be doing, is as the body that acted together to guarantee.
Fondamentalmente sta dicendo che secondo lui se contestassero i voti non rispetterebbero i voti dei cittadini, ma diventerebbero agenti di coloro che vogliono manomettere appunto i risultati elettorali.
Thank you, and I yield to my colleague from New Jersey.
Senator from New Jersey.
New Jersey, vediamo.
Mr. Vice President, I can only think of 2 times in American history that individuals laid siege to our Capitol, stormed our sacred civic spaces, and tried to upend and overrun this government. One was in the War of 1812, and the other one was today. What's interesting about the parallel between the two is they both were waving flags to a sole sovereign, to an individual, surrendering democratic principles to the cult of personality. One was a monarch in England, and the other were the flags I saw all over our Capitol, including in the hallways and in this room, to a single person named Donald Trump.
Allora, praticamente sta dicendo che questo che è il secondo attacco nella storia alla democrazia americana viene personificato da Donald Trump.
Upon ourselves. My colleague from Texas said that this was a moment where there were unprecedented allegations of voter fraud. Yes, that is true. They were unprecedented when the president, before the election even happened, said, if I lose this election, then the election was rigged. That's unprecedented. It's unprecedented before the night of the voting, even the counting of the vote was even done, that he called it rigged. And it's unprecedented that he is fanning the flames of conspiracy theory to create a smokescreen in this nation, to cover what he is trying to do, which is undermine our democratic principles. But it's not just that. The shame of this day.
Dice che praticamente Trump sta incendiando l'area cospirazionista per coprire le sue magagne, ma non è neanche tutto questo, perché Trump sta facendo cose meschine. Sentiamo un attimo.
Off of the shame of conspiracy.
Grandi paroloni, però poi alla fine ecco non arriva al punto.
Doing the incalculably valuable patriotic thing to speak truth to our nation. Our democracy is wounded, and I saw it when I saw pictures of yet another insurgency, of a flag of another group of Americans who tried to challenge our nation. I saw the flag of the Confederacy there. What will we do? How will we confront this shame? How will we confront this dark second time in American history? I pray that we remember a Georgian. And his words, all I can say is, we must in spirit join together like those Georgians on a bridge called the Edmund Pettus, who joined hands, who were called threats to our democracy, who were called outrageous epithets when they sought to expand our democracy, to save it and to heal it, when they joined arm in arm and said what we should say now, commit ourselves to that ideal, that together we shall overcome.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Nebraska, Senator Sass.
Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, thank you. And Mr. Vice President, let me just say before I begin, thank you for the way you have fulfilled your constitutional duties and your oath of office today. It obviously hasn't been easy. Colleagues, today has been ugly. And when I came to the floor this morning, I planned to talk about the lesson of 1801, because I'm kind of a history nerd, and I wanted to celebrate the glories of the peaceful transition of power across our nation's history. It feels a little naive now to talk about ways that American civics might be something that could unite us and bring us back together. 1801 blew everybody's mind all over the world, by the way. John Adams loses to Thomas Jefferson.
Alla fine adesso ha detto che fondamentalmente credeva di poter parlare di storia essendo un nerd, e invece sentiamo un po' cosa invece lo ha intralciato.
News. Those must be bad reports. There's no way any executive would ever willingly lay down power. And yet Adams, in defeat, did something glorious to give all of us a gift. I wanted to celebrate that. And it feels...
No, invece adesso sta facendo proprio il nerd di storia, sta raccontando di tutti i scontri presidenziali vinti, persi, invece sta dicendo che oggi appunto si è visto quello che si è visto. Sentiamo.
To get down the stairs at a time when a lot of our staffs were panicked and under their desks and not knowing what was going to happen to them, it was ugly today. But you know what? It turns out that when something's ugly, talking about beauty isn't just permissible. Talking about beauty is obligatory in a time like that. Why? Why would we talk about beauty after the ugliness of today? Because our kids need to know that this isn't what America is. What happened today isn't what America is. They've been given a glorious inheritance. This is the 59th presidential election. If the vice president wasn't the chair and if the president pro tem was, I'd have made some joke that Chuck Grassley has voted in 2/3 of those 59 presidential elections. He's laughing. It's not as good as Hit Dear, Dear Dead, but it's still got a Grassley laugh. I don't think we want to tell the Americans that come after us that this republic is broken, that this is just a banana republic, that our institutions can't be trusted. I don't think we want that. We don't want that in this body. We don't want that in our hometowns. I don't think we want to tell our kids that America's best days are behind us, because it's not true. That's not who we are. America isn't Hatfield's and McCoy's blood feud forever. America's a union. There's a lot that's broken in this country, but not anything that's so big that the American people can't rebuild it, that freedom and community and entrepreneurial effort and that neighborhoods can't rebuild. Nothing that's broken is so big that we can't fix it. Generations of our forefathers and our foremothers, probably not a word, our ancestors, have spilled blood to defend the glories of this republic. Why would they do that? Because America is the most exceptional nation in the history of the world, and because the Constitution is the greatest political document that's ever been written. Most governments in the past have said might makes right, and we saw some of that hooligan nuttery today. Might makes right. No, it doesn't. God gives us rights by nature, and government is just our shared project to secure those rights. America has always been about what we choose to do together, the way we reaffirm our constitutional system, where we've got some governmental tasks, and we all in this body could do better at those governmental tasks, but the heart of America is not government. The center of America is not Washington, D.C. The center of America is the neighborhoods where 330 million Americans are raising their kids and trying to put food on the table and trying to love their neighbor. That's the center of America. We're not supposed to be the most important people in America. We're supposed to be servant leaders who try to maintain a framework for ordered liberty so that there's a structure that back home where they live, they can get from the silver frame of structure and order to the golden apple at the center, as Washington would have said it, which is the things that they build together. The places where they coach Little League, the places where they invite people to synagogue or church. Sometimes the big things we do together are governmental, like kicking Hitler's ass or like going to the moon. Sometimes there is governmental stuff, but the heart of America is about places where moms and dads are raising kids, and we're supposed to serve them by maintaining order and by rejecting violence. You can't do big things like that if you hate your neighbors. You can't do big things together as Americans if you think other Americans are the enemy. Look, there's a lot of uncertainty about the future. I get it. There's a lot that does need to be rebuilt. But if you're angry, I want to beg you, don't let the screamers who monetize hate have the final word. Don't let nihilists become your drug dealers. There are some who want to burn it all down. We met some of them today, but they aren't going to win. Don't let them be your prophets. Instead, organize, persuade, but most importantly, love your neighbor. Visit the widower down the street who's lonely, no one tell anybody that his wife died and he doesn't have a lot of friends. Shovel somebody's neighbor, or shovel somebody's driveway. You can't hate somebody who just shoveled your driveway. The heart of life is about community and neighborhood, and we're supposed to be servant leaders. The constitutional system is still the greatest order for any government ever, and it's our job to steward it and protect it. Let's remember that today when we vote.
Democratic leader.
Illinois, Senator Durbin.
Senator from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Allora, come vedete va avanti la carrellata dei leader democratici dei vari stati. Fondamentalmente, vediamo se riesco a fare una considerazione lucida. Questo, nonostante l'ora tardissima, questo evento di oggi ha fatto sì che, adesso vediamo anche delle interviste, ha fatto sì di, diciamo, dare l'ennesima botta alla proclamazione di Biden proprio sulla leva del mantenimento dei confini democratici e quindi della non possibilità da parte del sistema democratico americano di cedere a quella che viene chiamata e propagandata su tutti i media mainstream in queste ore come la violenza di pochi facinorosi estremisti, quando invece abbiamo visto tutti che appunto gli eventi sono andati in maniera leggermente diversa. Potete vedere le immagini nella lunga live che abbiamo fatto tutta la giornata oggi pomeriggio dalle 3:20 circa fino a tarda serata. Come sentite la mia voce comincia a perdere colpi, ma più che altro perché necessariamente devo parlare a bassa voce perché è una certa ora per tutti. Spero che questa cosa non infastidisca troppo. Vi lascio però con l'audio che ci arriva appunto da questo flusso video dal canale NTD, un canale americano che fa informazione diciamo non allineata al Partito Democratico, e come invece la maggior parte dei media mainstream, e liberamente fruibile anche su YouTube. Per ora vi lascio con le immagini, poi se ci sono ovviamente delle novità appunto dal Senato torniamo immediatamente. E vediamo un po' cosa dite in chat. Questo è solo l'inizio, io intanto vi saluto tutti ragazzi, siamo live, non sono una voce registrata, vi sto leggendo anche nella chat, però essendo appunto come dicevo prima tarda sera siamo stati dietro fino adesso agli interventi, adesso hanno staccato addirittura NTD ha staccato gli interventi perché effettivamente cominciava ad essere abbastanza palloso. Sentiamo un po' cosa ci arriva e così ci teniamo aggiornati su eventuali evoluzioni.
Very difficult position. Of course, nobody thinks that he was in any way or any of the objectors were in any way.
Intanto, visto che ci siamo per non fare una successiva eruzione dopo, intanto vediamo anche le immagini ancora dei manifestanti, nonostante a Washington già dalle 23 ore italiana, quindi da 4 ore è in vigore un coprifuoco totale e soprattutto c'è arrivata notizia nel finale della nostra live di interruzione anche della possibilità di comunicare, telefoni, internet, tutto offline. Vi ricordo il canale Telegram perché lì ci stiamo tenendo aggiornati oltre che ovviamente sui live appunto video, tutto quello che possiamo fare qui su YouTube. Quello che non possiamo fare su YouTube lo transitiamo, lo facciamo passare da Telegram e lo pubblichiamo solitamente dal nostro sito mepiù.it e sul nostro play.mepiù.it, dove mettiamo i video che non possiamo mettere su Telegram. Ad esempio alcuni di voi ci hanno chiesto di poter pubblicare la conferenza di Maria Zack Parker, che rilascia dichiarazioni sconcertanti sul coinvolgimento, presunto coinvolgimento di organismi italiani appunto in questi presunti brogli, e questo lo possiamo fare sicuramente non su YouTube, lo faremo sul nostro Play e poi pubblicheremo il link, il video anche su mepiù.it e quindi sul canale Telegram. Quindi unitevi al canale Telegram, lì c'è in questo momento la segreteria telefonica aperta, quindi potete mandare note audio, magari ne trasmetto qualcuna adesso se riesco, però devo collegare un paio di cose e non so se riesco a farlo in questo momento, se no sicuramente già ci siamo dati appuntamento per martedì sera con i consueti live che tornano anche in questo 2021 intorno alle 22 di sera con le vostre note audio che mandate appunto sul canale Telegram. Torniamo con l'audio relativo alle immagini che state vedendo.
Kind of authority it has, probably today and next week is not the time to decide that, because passions are still going to be pretty intense. But when the passions caused by today's events have had a chance to subside, then would be a good time to say, okay, here's the kind of commission that we want to have, here's the kind of authority that we are going to give it, and here's a timetable for it to look at what happened in the 2020 election and come back with recommendations. I think the outcome ultimately will be not unlike what happened after 2000 in Florida. The Florida state legislature, very wisely, one of the leaders at that time, by the way, was now Senator Marco Rubio. They did a very serious analysis of the problems that led to the hanging Chad scandal, for those who remember that. And they made a number of very substantial reforms in the way Florida conducts elections. And I think we'll see something along that line here with the present situation. The initiative is going to have to be, though, with the state legislatures, because the Constitution still puts the responsibility and the authority to determine how elections are conducted on the state legislatures. And it's going to be interesting to see how they respond.
What do you think the impact of the Georgia runoffs, the ostensible outcome of the Georgia runoffs? I don't know if it's completed or certified or what the situation with that is, has on this process. And it's very interesting that you say that it of course rests with the states more so than with the Congress.
I think it's probably impossible today to really measure with any certainty whether and if how much impact the voting in Georgia yesterday may have had. I suspect that it probably didn't have a whole lot of impact at all, because the people making the decision today weren't going to be changed by the outcome of the Georgia election. Loeffler's still here, and in fact she gave an address tonight during the resumed session that prompted sustained applause from Democrats and Republican senators. And Senator Tim Warner of Virginia even followed her and complimented her greatly. And she reiterated the reasons why she had said before today that she was going to be one of the objectors. She reiterated her objections. So I don't think the results from Georgia really had too much to do with it.
I guess what I'm asking is about the future, right? Because you're saying there may be some kind of commission, but I guess what we've heard from the Democratic side largely is that there is no fraud. There's nothing to see here, and there isn't, frankly, there hasn't been a ton of opening up of the raw intel or information to actually assess that.
Yeah, and that's exactly the central problem that President-to-be Biden and Senate Majority Leader to be Chuck Schumer and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi are going to have to address at some point, because there is substantial, significant evidence of a great variety of different kinds of abuses of the electoral system, ranging from dead people voting, thousands of them, votes being changed in multiple states, and we could go through the list. Some of those things have been disproven, according to some lights. Most of them have yet to be really rigorously examined in public. And one would hope that a commission would provide that kind of an opportunity to do that.
And finally, we're going to finish up, but ultimately, like you're saying, that it's really the states that are going to have to take the lead on this, right?
Which is a good thing, because the state legislatures are much closer to the voters than the typical congressman or senator.
Well, Mark Tapscott, it's great to talk to you. All right, signing off.
Love this nation, willing to sacrifice my life if needed. Because I believe in the sanctity of our electoral system, which had declared George W. Bush my commander-in-chief. I earned my wounds, proudly fighting in a war I did not support, on the orders of a president I did not vote for, because I believed in, and I still do believe in, the values of our nation, because I believe in a government of, by, and for the people, where voters choose who leads them, not the other way around. I have spent my entire adult life defending our democracy, but I never thought it would be necessary to defend it from an attempted violent overthrow in our nation's own Capitol building. Well, I refuse to let anyone intent on instigating chaos or inciting violence deter me from carrying out my constitutional duties. You know, when my Army buddies and I raised our right hands, when the 45,000 troops in Arizona raised their right hands and swore to protect and defend the Constitution, we did not qualify our oath by saying that we'd follow orders only when the commander-in-chief was someone whose election we were happy with. Just like when every senator in this chamber was sworn into office, we didn't mutter under our breath that we discharge our duties only when it served our political interests or helped us to avoid the wrath of a petty, insecure, wannabe tin pot dictator on the precipice of losing power and relevance. No, there is no ambiguity here. Joe Biden won the election with a record number of votes. Republican officials nationwide confirmed those results, including in Arizona, as has judge after Trump-appointed judge. Even Trump's Attorney General admitted that the United States Department of Justice had not found widespread fraud that would have affected the outcome. Yet still, many of my Republican colleagues are asking us to ignore all of that. With no evidence of their own, they're asking us to ignore court rulings, ignore Republican election officials, and even worse, ignore the will of the people across this vast, great nation. By trying to overturn this election, they are placing more trust in Reddit conspiracy theories over the Constitution, proving that appeasing Trump is more important to them than protecting the most basic tenet of our republic, the adherence to free and fair elections. If there's one thing I know, it's that my troops didn't sign up to defend our democracy in war zones thousands of miles away, only to watch it crumble in these hallowed halls here at home. Yet that is what this effort amounts to, an attempt to subvert our democracy, and in the process, it is threatening what makes America American. Because in this country, the power of the people has always mattered more than the people in power. That is the ideal that this nation was founded upon. That is why a few patriots threw some tea in Boston Harbor, why Washington crossed the Delaware, why suffragists were arrested a century ago, and why my friend John Lewis crossed that bridge in Selma in 1965. It is why millions spent a Tuesday in November standing in line, braving a pandemic to make their voices heard. Listen, this administration has always had an adversarial relationship with the truth. Trump always cries conspiracy, always foments chaos whenever something doesn't go his way. But today, we here in this chamber have the opportunity to prove that here in this country, truth matters, that right matters, that the will of the people matters more than the whims of any single powerful individual. I have no tea to throw in Boston Harbor tonight, and I regret that I have no rucksack to pack for my country, no Black Hawk to pilot, nor am I asking for any grand gesture from my Republican colleagues. All that I'm asking of you is to reflect on the oaths that you have sworn, on the damage done to our union today, and on the sacrifices made by those who've given so much to this nation. From the service members at Fort Huachuca and Marine Corps Air Station Yuma to the marchers who bent America's moral arc a bit more towards justice with every single step that they took, every bridge that they crossed, then ask yourself whether the democracy they were willing to bleed for, the country that each of us in this chamber has sworn to defend, is worth damaging in order to protect the porcelain ego of a man who treats the Constitution as if it were little more than a yellowing piece of paper. I think we all know the right answer.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Kentucky, Senator Paul.
Senator from Kentucky.
I wrote a speech for today. I was planning to say that I fear the chaos of establishing a precedent that Congress can overturn elections. Boy, was I right. Chaos, anarchy. The violence today was wrong and un-American. The vote we are about to cast is incredibly important. Now more than ever, the question is, should Congress override the certified results from the states and nullify the states' rights to conduct elections? The vote today is not a protest. The vote today is literally to overturn elections. We've been told that this is a protest, or this is about an electoral commission. No, it's not. It's about whether to seat the electors that have been certified by a state. It's not about an electoral commission. It's not about a protest. You can go outside if you want to protest. This is about overturning a state-certified election. If you vote to overturn these elections, wouldn't it be the opposite of what states' rights Republicans have always advocated for? This would doom the Electoral College forever. It was never intended by our founders that Congress have the power to overturn state-certified elections. My oath to the Constitution doesn't allow me to disobey the law. I can't vote to overturn the verdict of states. Such a vote would be to overturn everything held dear by those of us who support the rights of states in this great system of federalism that was bequeathed to us by our founders. The Electoral College was created to devolve the power of selecting presidential electors to the states. The Electoral College is, without question, an inseparable friend to those who believe that every American across our vast country deserves to be heard. If Congress were to give the power to overturn the state's election, what terrible chaos would ensue every 4 years? Imagine the furor against the Electoral College if Congress becomes a forum to overturn states' Electoral College slates. It's one thing to be angry. It's another to focus one's anger in constructive ways. That hasn't happened today, to say the least. We simply cannot destroy the Constitution, our laws, and the Electoral College in the process. I hope as the nation's anger cools, we can channel that energy into essential electoral reforms at the state level. America's admired around the world for our free elections. We absolutely must fix this mess and restore confidence and integrity to our elections. We must.
Democratic Leader.
Senator from Virginia, Senator Warner.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I think like most of us, I'm still pretty reeling from what happened today. What I was going to talk about was the work, some of the work that I'm most proud of since I've been here, with my good friend Richard Burr, and all the members of the Intelligence Committee about a multi-year report we did into foreign interference in our elections. Probably our top recommendation of that 5-volume bipartisan report was that any official or candidate should use restraint and caution when questioning results of our elections. Because when you do so, you often carry out the goals of our foreign adversaries. Use caution because whether knowingly or unknowingly, and whether that adversary is in Russia or China or Iran, their goals are pretty simple. They want to make it appear to Americans, to folks around the world, to their own people, that there's nothing special about American democracy. I was going to try in a feeble way to maybe reach some of the rhetorical heights of Ben Sass, and I knew I couldn't do that. So instead, I know I'm violating rules here. Today's the day for violating rules. This is a photo that appears today on one of the most prominent German newspapers. You don't need to draw up it. You can draw up photos from any newspaper or any television feed anywhere across the world. And what is this photo of? It's of thugs. Thugs in the halls of this Capitol, diminishing everything we say we believe in this democracy. And when you look at those images, realize those images are priceless for our adversaries.
E allora, mentre continuiamo a seguire nel riquadro piccolo, come vedete adesso nello schermo, la discussione al Senato, vorrei farvi sentire intanto l'intervento dell'amico Arnaldo Vitangeli oggi proprio durante la diretta che abbiamo fatto qui su MePiù. Sentiamo l'intervento che potete trovare anche pubblicato singolarmente sul nostro canale YouTube. Vediamo se riesco a farvelo sentire. Ricominciamo da capo.
Migliaia di bambini stanno morendo in questo momento perché non hanno cibo
allora,
a causa della siccità.
Vediamo un attimo di
Bambini
tornare con le immagini dal Senato.
Who put their lives on the line to protect everyone here working inside of it. And I want to thank law enforcement all across this country, in my home state of Missouri and everywhere else who do that day in and day out. And I just want to acknowledge that when it comes to violence, this has been a terrible year in America this last year. We've seen a lot of violence.
Ecco l'intervento. Cosa dici di quello che sta succedendo? Abbiamo visto nel pomeriggio, mattinata per quanto riguarda gli Stati Uniti, folle di sostenitori di Trump invadere le strade e manifestare a favore appunto del presidente contro questi presunti brogli. Poi ha parlato Rudy Giuliani dal palco, ha parlato anche Trump rimarcando tutta una serie di problematiche che sarebbero dietro questo voto, e poco fa abbiamo sentito le prime battute dal Congresso, dove si sta cominciando a dibattere appunto i voti provenienti dai vari stati. Per ora è stato contestato lo stato dell'Arizona. Le Camere si sono separate, Senato da una parte, Camera dei Comuni dall'altra, Camera dall'altra, e adesso ci sarà per 2 ore il dibattito su questo fattore dell'Arizona. Cosa ci dici?
Ma allora, intanto direi che i brogli non sono presunti, sono accertati. Questo è un fatto acclarato, che ci sono stati dei brogli. Poi quello che non è stato certificato, non è stato accertato, è se questi brogli abbiano avuto dimensioni tali e siano stati sistematicamente portati avanti, o se si tratti di casi isolati ininfluenti nel risultato definitivo. L'impressione che ho è che fondamentalmente, in base anche a quello che ha affermato Pence, non credo che ci siano margini per grandi colpi di scena a livello istituzionale, nel senso che mi sembrerebbe condizionale, però in questo caso è d'obbligo, ma mi sembrerebbe che a livello ufficiale Biden sarà proclamato presidente. Però, come giustamente sottolineavi tu, ci sono centinaia di migliaia, forse più di 1 milione di persone in piazza a Washington, e sono per Trump, non sono per il nuovo presidente. Questo è un elemento importante, perché l'opinione pubblica americana in parte maggioritaria è convinta che ci siano stati dei brogli e che siano stati sistematici. Se, come a questo punto sembra realistico, la maggioranza degli americani ha votato per Donald Trump e si ritrova imposto un presidente che non è quello che hanno scelto, diciamo che la democrazia e la tenuta della federazione americana è molto minacciata. Io vedo una situazione di fortissima instabilità sia a livello istituzionale che a livello di federazione, perché diversi stati si sono schierati con Trump.
Senti, in queste ore si parla molto di quell'emendamento della Costituzione americana che permette ai semplici cittadini di appunto armarsi, imbracciare le armi e costituire milizie in difesa della Costituzione, appunto. In breve, pensi che ci possa essere anche quel tipo di evoluzione eventualmente?
Ma forse, allora, se si parla proprio di uno scenario di guerra civile, mi sembra non che si possa escludere alla radice, però lo ritengo diciamo poco probabile. Quello che vedo più probabile è una sorta di mobilitazione generale, qualcosa che assomigli un po' a quelle che sono state le varie primavere colorate, in cui c'è un capo del governo ufficiale, ma in piazza c'è un popolo che non lo riconosce, e bisogna vedere in che modo questo può essere metabolizzato all'interno degli Stati Uniti.
Senti, ultima cosa, poi ti saluto perché ti ho promesso di rubarti solo 5 minuti. Non so se hai seguito il nostro live. Prima abbiamo trasmesso, in un momento morto prima dell'intervento di Trump, un audio di una attivista, fondamentalmente, si chiama Maria Fe, adesso non ricordo precisamente il cognome, magari lo riprendo tra un attimo, sicuramente i nostri interattori lo ricordano meglio di me. Zach Pence, se non sbaglio, è il cognome, sostiene un coinvolgimento pesante del governo americano di un generale che è anche nel board di Leonardo, quindi infrastrutture importanti italiane. Scusa, prima forse ho detto governo americano, ma volevo intendere governo italiano. Generale, membri dei servizi, membri della CIA, che hanno fondamentalmente, attraverso Leonardo, satelliti appartenenti appunto a questa infrastruttura italiana, e attraverso manovre che sono state fondamentalmente orchestrate in una stanza dell'ambasciata americana a Roma, hanno manipolato blocchi di voti a livello informatico. Non so se sei venuto a conoscenza di questa cosa e quanta credibilità dai a questa informazione.
Allora, che siano avvenute cose abbastanza curiose in Italia non è da escludere, anche per una ragione: che l'Italia è un paese, come dire, particolarmente obbediente agli ordini che provengono dovremmo dire da Washington, ma in realtà parliamo del deep state di Washington. Mi sembra un po' meno credibile la questione di Leonardo, se non altro per ragioni tecniche, però come sai, insomma, io non è che a livello tecnico sia propriamente un'autorità, ma da quello che abbiamo capito del sistema Dominion, diciamo che la possibilità di modificare i risultati anche attraverso un collegamento online era autonoma, quindi il coinvolgimento di ulteriori soggetti in Italia o altrove mi sembrerebbe, se non altro, pleonastico, non ne vedo la necessità. Mentre anche per quello che riguarda il Russiagate, il fatto che all'interno del deep state americano in molti abbiano obbedito a eventuali ordini provenienti dal deep state madre, da quello statunitense, mi sembra molto più realistico.
Guarda, io comunque ti invito ad ascoltare questo audio tradotto da un'italiana appartenente a uno dei vari gruppi di QAnon, questi gruppi attivisti americani che stanno sostenendo, diciamo, un certo tipo di battaglia. Questa signora si chiama Maria Fezak Parker. In una conferenza viene tradotta questa conferenza e vengono dette un sacco di cose. Ancora prima di lei, il giorno prima, c'è stato un certo Brad Johnson, un capostazione CIA in pensione, che fondamentalmente ha sostenuto le stesse cose, facendo anche vedere delle foto di presunti appartenenti agenti CIA e presunti membri dell'MIT, quindi dell'università americana più importante per quanto riguarda appunto le questioni informatiche.
Tecniche.
Poi parlavo questa mattina con una persona che ne capisce, diceva effettivamente l'unico modo per fare quel tipo di magheggi è utilizzare delle infrastrutture molto pesanti come quelle che ha Leonardo, satelliti e cose del genere. Non lo fai dal garage di casa fondamentalmente, e quindi noi rimaniamo in osservazione su questa cosa. Ti ringrazio, Arnaldo, è stato un piacere.
Grazie a voi, andrò a cercarmi l'intervento perché mi era sfuggito sinceramente, quindi mi hai colto un po' impreparato.
No, anzi, scusami se ti ho colto impreparato, ma non è una cosa che ha circolato molto, l'abbiamo fatta sentire per questo prima.
Infatti io non l'avevo mai sentito prima.
L'abbiamo fatto sentire anche con delle grosse perplessità, perché poi le affermazioni che fa questa signora non sappiamo quanto fondamento possano avere, quindi l'abbiamo trasmessa proprio in quest'ottica di cronisti, ma non senza dargli troppo peso.
Giustamente come va fatto, ma in ogni caso, al di là di questo ulteriore elemento, gli elementi che testimoniano la presenza di frodi sono già talmente massicci, talmente evidenti che veramente da un punto di vista, se addirittura una consistente fetta dell'elettorato democratico è convinto che ci siano stati delle frodi, vuol dire che davvero è impossibile negarle.
Bene, io invito i nostri interattori a andare a vedere anche il canale La Finanza sul Web, dove stai pubblicando degli aggiornamenti in continuazione, se non ho capito male, giusto?
Esatto.
Hai messo poco fa un video e ne stavi preparando un altro, quindi io ti saluto e ti ringrazio, tanto ci vediamo martedì per i nuovi live.
Grazie a te e un saluto a tutti quanti gli interattori di MePiù.
Grazie a te, ci vediamo martedì con le note audio dei nostri interattori e il live del martedì. Grazie Arnaldo, ti saluto direttamente.
Ciao Eugenio.
Ciao, grazie, ti saluto in diretta senza uscire dalla diretta, diciamo, puoi attaccare quando vuoi e così io continuo a poter interagire qui con la nostra regia multimediale, con la quale adesso vado a farvi sentire gli audio che ci arrivano dal Congresso americano, presumibilmente tradotto ancora in questo momento dal bravissimo Roberto Mazzoni, corrispondente negli Stati Uniti. E ecco, torniamo in diretta. Quello che avete appena sentito era il contributo che ci ha dato oggi pomeriggio l'amico Arnaldo Vitangeli. Io tornerei con l'audio in diretta dal Senato americano, dove continuano gli interventi dei vari leader. Non ci sono movimenti particolari in questo momento, abbiamo visto anche immagini delle proteste fuori che continuano, e intanto vi preparo l'intervento di Matteo Brandi, poi torniamo con l'audio dal Senato e poi vediamo, magari vi preparo anche l'intervento del panafricanista Mohamed Konaré, che è intervenuto anche lui oggi nel nostro live. E poi torniamo ancora una volta con le immagini e l'audio dal Senato. Eviterò di intervenire ogni volta, quindi ve l'ho detto adesso, e vi lascio con l'audio dal Senato. Iscrivetevi al canale intanto se non l'avete fatto, non per niente, anche solo per il fatto che siamo live a quest'ora a seguire tutto quanto e vi mandiamo i contributi. Però, detto questo, audio dal Senato e poi dopo i contributi.
Have withdrawn their objection. For any who remain insistent on an audit in order to satisfy the many people who believe that the election was stolen, I'd offer this perspective. No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth. That's the burden. That's the duty of leadership. The truth is that President-elect Biden won the election. President Trump lost. I've had that experience myself. It's no fun. Scores of courts, the president's own attorney general, state election officials, both Republican and Democrat, have reached that unequivocal decision. And in light of today's sad circumstances, I asked my colleague, do we weigh our own political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What's the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience? Leader McConnell said that the vote today is the most important in his 36 years of public service. Think of that. Authorizing 2 wars, voting on 2 impeachments. He said that not because the vote reveals something about the election, it's because this vote reveals something about us. I urge my colleagues to move forward with completing the electoral count, to refrain from further objections, and to unanimously affirm the legitimacy of the presidential election. Thank you, Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Senator from New Hampshire, Senator Shaheen.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, on January 3rd, I, along with 31 of my colleagues, stood in this chamber and swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's both ironic and deeply disappointing that only 3 days after swearing these oaths, some of my colleagues are willfully coming close to breaking this promise. Since 1797, each U.S. president has peacefully handed over power to the next. And that will happen again on January 20th, when Donald Trump, despite the protesters today, the violence today, when Donald Trump leaves the White House at noon and Joe Biden becomes president. And we've heard tonight from both Democrats and Republicans about the importance of the voters speaking in the election, and about the fact that there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud. But this is not just an issue for us here in the United States. This is an issue for nascent democracies around the world who, as Senator Romney said, look to the United States as an example. We are the shining city on the hill. We give those struggling under oppression.
Adesso ti sento benissimo anch'io. Spero ti sentano bene anche i nostri interattori collegati. Sono più di 1300 persone ormai dalle 4 di oggi pomeriggio. Qui stiamo seguendo lo scrutinio, fondamentalmente la certificazione dei dati provenienti dai vari stati degli Stati Uniti, rappresentati dal governatore. Adesso mettiamo anche la schermata che ci ricorda che in collegamento con noi da Roma c'è Matteo Brandi. Matteo, hai seguito un po' la giornata, che ne dici?
Ma secondo me stiamo assistendo a una giornata che verrà ricordata nei libri di storia, non penso di esagerare, perché quello che sta accadendo in queste ore è unico, è un unicum proprio nella storia americana e direi occidentale, anche perché quello che succede negli Stati Uniti, nel bene e nel male, purtroppo ci riguarda sempre e comunque. Perché in questo momento sta letteralmente saltando in aria quel bipolarismo che abbiamo conosciuto per una vita. cioè questa contrapposizione tra democratici e repubblicani, perché da una parte c'è il Partito Democratico che ha dimostrato di non voler nemmeno affrontare il problema dei brogli elettorali che ci sono stati, perché non si può più nascondere questo. C'è stato di tutto, dalle schede contraffatte alle minacce di morte, al sistema Dominion che era facilmente bucabile anche dall'esterno. Queste macchine erano peraltro collegate ad internet. Ecco, tutto questo è stato letteralmente rimosso dai democratici, che hanno scelto letteralmente di non considerarlo. Il problema qual è? È che dall'altra parte ci sono 70, quasi 80 milioni di americani che invece pensano che questo dovrebbe essere non solo affrontato, ma che sia la prova lampante, la pistola fumante, che pur di salire al potere dall'altra parte abbiano utilizzato ogni mezzo possibile. E anche il Partito Repubblicano ne esce veramente con le ossa rotte, perché è uscito fuori, ma questa cosa si sapeva da un po' di tempo, ma adesso diciamo che abbiamo la certezza che è un partito pieno di rhinos, ti dicevo prima, cioè i rhino sono praticamente i Republicans in name only, cioè i repubblicani giusto di nome, no? Tanto per dire i Bush, ad esempio,
Certo.
che non a caso hanno anche appoggiato Biden. Ecco, da una parte quindi un partito democratico che sceglie di non affrontare la realtà e chiudersi nei palazzi, dall'altra un partito repubblicano formato da gente che poi, stringendo, ha scelto di tirarsi indietro, e dall'altra invece ancora 70-80 milioni di americani, peraltro supportati da una percentuale altissima di elettori, più del 40%, che è convinta che ci sono stati delle frodi elettorali.
Sì,
e attenzione,
prima.
sto parlando di elettori sia democratici che repubblicani.
Sì, poco fa anche Roberto Mazzoni dava delle percentuali sia dei repubblicani, ma anche un 17, se non sbaglio, per cento di appunto di democratici, che sostiene, che è convinto del fatto che ci siano stati brogli appunto durante le elezioni. Tu parlavi poco fa del supporto appunto di una grande fetta della popolazione che in questo momento stiamo vedendo manifestare fuori dal Campidoglio, fuori dal Congresso, fondamentalmente. Esattamente.
Capitol Hill, sì,
Ma non solo,
si stanno assembrando,
non
stanno assembrando, come
sì,
si dice?
assembrando, che se diciamo assemblando poi ci prendono in giro per altri,
esatto, così li spaventiamo per bene.
per altri 6 mesi.
Sì, peraltro c'è stata anche un'irruzione di un gruppetto di
Esatto.
persone che sono riuscite letteralmente ad entrare, per carità, da quello che abbiamo visto per ora nulla di grave, ma anche quello non era mai successo a quanto pare, o comunque non nella storia recente. Quindi questa è la prova che c'è una tensione altissima. Cioè, ne parlavo qualche ora fa con un amico che mi diceva sì, però comunque prima o poi dall'altra parte bisogna accettare, un po' come è successo con Al Gore e Bush, no? Con la questione per cui anche lì erano usciti fuori insomma delle cose non ben chiare, però alla fine poi Al Gore accettò la vittoria di Bush. Il problema è che qui ci sono due visioni proprio di mondo. Cioè non è solamente una questione tra democratici e repubblicani, ci sono due visioni di mondo che non sono più conciliabili, che sono esasperate da una parte e dall'altra, perché questo bisogna riconoscerlo, ma veramente io non vedo una risoluzione pacifica della questione, a meno che non si faccia chiarezza. E in questo, secondo me, hanno la colpa soprattutto i democratici e i repubblicani, come dire, codardi da questo punto di vista, che hanno letteralmente nascosto la cosa sotto un tappeto. Cioè le prove che sono state presentate, anche hanno cercato di farle arrivare anche alla Corte Suprema, praticamente gli si è risposto dicendo no, non le prendiamo neanche in considerazione, non le guardiamo neanche. E ovviamente questo ha esasperato gli anni, e secondo me in questo momento gli Stati Uniti sono molto vicini a una spaccatura reale.
Matteo, in questo momento le sedute sono sospese e le proteste invece vanno avanti. Secondo te come finirà la giornata? E a questo punto il risultato penso sia, l'abbiamo detto anche prima con Arnaldo, abbastanza scontato. Però, ecco, sarebbe dovuto arrivare almeno entro la nottata di oggi. A questo punto pare slittare, pare che si
No, io non
possa
credo,
slittare tutto.
non credo infatti che oggi sapremo più di tanto, però come ti dicevo trovo molto più interessante quello che sta accadendo fuori dal Senato e dalla Camera, perché è lì che si sta vedendo un'America che è già fuori da questi meccanismi. Ok, cioè quello a cui stiamo assistendo è un popolo americano, o meglio una parte del popolo americano, che sta dicendo noi questo non lo accettiamo. E questo per forza di cose ci deve far riflettere, nel senso che noi ormai ci siamo autoconvinti, soprattutto qui in Occidente, che la storia sia un qualcosa che non ci riguardi più, no, che ci passa sopra, va avanti e noi non possiamo che essere spettatori. Questa è la prova che invece nel momento in cui ci si muove si possono cambiare le cose, perché attenzione, oggi o comunque nei giorni successivi, non credo oggi, potrebbe essere dichiarato vincente in maniera definitiva Biden, ma questo non significa che sia finito lo scontro, che è solamente cominciato tra due visioni di mondo assolutamente non conciliabili, e il terreno di scontro sono gli Stati Uniti. Quindi
Anzi,
penso che ne vedremo delle belle.
io aggiungerei che probabilmente questo scontro si è radicalizzato e si è amplificato proprio a seguito delle elezioni della giornata, della nottata che abbiamo seguito anche in diretta noi delle elezioni americane, perché da quel momento in poi in qualche modo sono caduti molti dei veli, ecco, mettiamola così. Abbiamo parlato prima anche di queste informazioni che arrivano sul presunto coinvolgimento di alti organismi italiani nella manipolazione dei dati per quanto riguardano i sistemi Dominion, con coinvolgimento presunto, sempre ripetiamo, di anche infrastrutture militari e non civili, comunque
Sì,
mischiate anche con...
si parla della Leonardo, si parla dei nostri servizi segreti, però su questo noi forse da fuori, come dire, abbiamo visto esasperarsi lo scontro soprattutto dopo le elezioni o comunque nella nottata delle elezioni. In verità, quando Trump ha vinto nel 2016, chi insomma seguiva anche le vicende americane sa benissimo che la prima cosa che hanno fatto i democratici, ed è per questo che assolutamente non possono ergersi a difensori della
libera democrazia,
della pace, ma anche solo del vivere civile, ecco, diciamo così, la prima cosa che hanno fatto i democratici è stata chiamare fondamentalmente alla resistenza.
Certo.
Cioè,
E poi tutto quello che è avvenuto
Trump,
con il Russia Gate a livello anche giudiziario e
Russia Gate è
parlamentare.
stata una vergogna, perché ha riempito giornali e telegiornali, non ha portato assolutamente a nulla, e non ricordo in quel periodo Twitter o i grandi social censurare chi ne parlasse, anzi, quindi ormai è chiaro che esiste un mondo che ha dalla sua parte le grandi compagnie, le grandi multinazionali, i giganti della Silicon Valley, le grandi piattaforme social, che ormai agisce in maniera totalitaria. L'abbiamo visto in queste elezioni, l'abbiamo visto dopo, nelle settimane in cui non si è potuto nemmeno parlare di quello che stava succedendo, e lo sai qual è la cosa che mi fa più sorridere? È che in questo momento magari milioni di italiani stanno vedendo magicamente apparire nelle prime pagine delle varie testate online la notizia di questa folla a Washington, e non sanno il perché.
No, in realtà
Perché
guarda,
semplicemente
ti rassicuro, i flash che girano in questo momento sui canali ufficiali sono: sostenitori di Trump fanno irruzione a Capitol Hill nel giorno in cui il Congresso, scontri tra polizia e manifestanti, seduta sospesa, evacuato il vicepresidente Pence. Questo è,
esatto, quindi
questa è la narrazione.
capito, ovviamente la cosa verrà dipinta come dei facinorosi che non si sa per quale motivo sono lì a Washington, forse per scattarsi qualche foto. La realtà è che gli italiani, purtroppo, a causa di questa nostra informazione a dir poco vergognosa, non sanno come ci si è arrivati lì. Non lo sanno la quantità di prove che sono uscite fuori, di testimonianze giurate di gente che ha visto le peggiori nefandezze succedere in quelle cabine elettorali durante lo spoglio, lo scrutinio. Quindi purtroppo paghiamo la nostra informazione, che è a un livello vergognoso, però comunque vada, ripeto, secondo me siamo alla vigilia di un grandissimo cambiamento storico negli Stati Uniti e non solo.
Allora, intanto vediamo chiaramente Ted Cruz portato via su una sedia non a rotelle, ma su una sedia da ufficio con delle rotelle sotto e trascinato da una parte all'altra di un corridoio. Io adesso tornerei con l'audio e le immagini da Capitol Hill, appunto, per capire cosa sta succedendo. E Matteo, qualcuno qui in chat, intanto ti salutano tutti, ti ringraziano per questo tuo intervento, e qualcuno scrive guardate che la libertà non si riconquista con una penna, e lasciamoci su questo.
Allora, diciamo questo. Allora, sono tante, come dire, frasi che sono state dette nella storia sulla libertà, ad esempio, della patria. Furio Camillo diceva la patria non si riscatta con l'oro ma col ferro, no? Questo utente scrive la libertà non si riscatta con la penna. Io penso che servano tutte le cose. Serve la penna, serve il ferro in alcuni casi, serve l'oro, serve qualsiasi cosa. Io credo che ognuno di noi può fare la sua parte da questo punto di vista, anche con piccole cose quotidiane, piccole azioni quotidiane. Però quello che sta succedendo negli Stati Uniti ci dimostra che muoversi, e dicendolo alla francese, muovere il culo, porta risultati. Perché non è vero che non ha senso, che non serve a niente stare in piazza, farsi vedere. Lo dicevamo anche nella diretta dell'altra volta, no? Cioè che c'era chi diceva sì vabbè, ma perché scendiamo in piazza, tanto non serve a niente. Guardate quello che sta succedendo negli Stati Uniti, la pressione che stanno facendo alle persone dentro alla Camera e al Senato è enorme. E questa andrà a influenzare quello che succederà dopo, anche se poi alla fine Biden venisse confermato, perché è un messaggio che il popolo sta dando. Noi ci siamo, noi siamo vivi, noi vogliamo combattere, e questo ha un significato e porta a dei risultati enormi. Quindi questa è una lezione per noi italiani. Non è vero che non serve a niente stare in piazza, cominciamo a scendere in piazza più di quanti siamo stati fino ad oggi, perché dobbiamo essere molti di più, e magari quelle immagini prima o poi le vedremo anche qui in Italia.
Bene Matteo, noi martedì prossimo ricominciamo con i live serali, quindi se vuoi ovviamente sei invitato come tutte le altre volte, e ci faranno compagnia i nostri interattori con le note audio che possono mandare al canale Telegram MePiù. Abbiamo visto che anche il tuo canale Telegram hai Matt_Brandi, lo hai cominciato a riattivare un bel po', scrivi un sacco di roba, mandi non un sacco di roba, comunque perché vedo che scrivi abbastanza e mandi cose molto interessanti, e di questo ti ringrazio.
Ti ringrazio, serve anche per bypassare un po' la censura degli altri grandi social, e poi non smetterò mai di dirlo. Cerchiamo, troviamo, sponsorizziamo, creiamo nuove alternative, perché anche quella gente che sta lì a Washington in questo momento si muove soprattutto su social alternativi.
Assolutamente.
Quindi
d'accordo.
anche questa è una bella lezione.
Bene, noi come sai bene stiamo lavorando anche su questo. In questo momento abbiamo aperto la segreteria telefonica del canale Telegram, quindi chiunque volesse intervenire può mandare una nota audio come commento agli ultimi post nel canale Telegram. Matteo, io ti ringrazio tantissimo, se vorrai ci vediamo martedì, e per tutto il resto
assolutamente sì.
Buona fine Epifania e buon fine settimana praticamente, perché ci siamo.
Ricambio gli auguri e speriamo di trovare nella calza qualcosa di meglio di quello che abbiamo trovato negli ultimi anni. Ecco, la buttiamola così, va bene?
Basta carbone, grazie. Basta carbone.
In prestito poi peraltro.
Lanciamo l'hashtag, basta carbone.
Basta carbone.
Ciao Matteo, ti ringrazio.
Ciao Eugenio,
buona
ciao
serata.
a tutti. Ciao.
E allora noi torniamo con l'audio e le immagini proprio che ci arrivano da Mazzoni News. Vediamo un po' che cosa si sta dicendo in questo.
To each and every one of us of what happens when we fail to come together, not as Democrats and Republicans, but each of us as Americans, to stand up to a president who time and again has shown contempt for our democracy, contempt for our Constitution. Today, here on the Capitol, we witnessed people taking down an American flag and putting up a Trump flag. That is not democracy in the United States of America. As every senator who has spoken has mentioned, we have for hundreds of years had a peaceful transfer of power. Nobody likes to lose, and supporters of the losing candidate are always disappointed. What's different this time? We all know what's different this time. We had a president who, as a senator from New Jersey said, even before a vote was cast, that if he didn't win the election, it was going to be a fraud. And every day since then has perpetrated that lie. We have a president who just today criticized very loyal vice president who is presiding right now, urging him to disregard his responsibilities under the Constitution of the United States in order to reinstall Donald Trump as president. The same person who got on the phone to the Secretary of State in Georgia and threatened him to change the results of the election. Mr. President, I read something this week I'd never thought I'd read in a newspaper in the United States of America. It was an op-ed by all the living former secretaries of defense, including Secretaries Rumsfeld, Cheney, and Mattis, warning the country about our tradition of peaceful transfer of power and that it would be inappropriate for the military to take sides. In the United States of America, we talk to the world about how we want to promote democracy and our values, and right here at home, too many are undermining those values. And Mr. President, Donald Trump could not do this alone. He can only do it if he's aided and abetted by individuals who are willing to perpetrate those lies and those conspiracies. And that is why it is so important that we as Democrats and Republicans and senators stand up together. Stand up together and tell the truth. You know, when you go into a court of law like those 60 cases, you're testifying under penalty of perjury. That's very different than here in the House and the Senate. And in all those 60 cases under penalty of perjury, there was no evidence of widespread fraud. So it should be easy for us all together to tell the truth. On January 20th, Joe Biden will be sworn in as the next president of the United States. He has said he wants to bring the country together. He has said he wants to bring Democrats and Republicans together to do some of the pressing business of this country, to defeat this pandemic, to get the economy going again, to face challenging issues of racial and social justice. I hope we will learn from what happened today, the mob attack on this Capitol, the price we pay when we don't stand up for the truth and for democracy. James McHenry, Maryland's delegate to the Constitutional Convention, wrote about a famous exchange in his diaries between Elizabeth Willing Powell and Benjamin Franklin. He wrote, "A lady asked Dr. Franklin, 'Well, doctor, what have we got? A republic or a monarchy?' 'A republic,' replied Dr. Franklin, 'if you can keep it.' My colleagues, this is a test of whether we're united to keep our republic. I hope we will pass the test together. Thank you, Mr. President."
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from South Carolina, Senator Graham.
Senator from South Carolina.
Many times my state has been the problem. I love it. It's where I want to die, but no time soon. Tim and I have a good relationship. I love Tim Scott. 1876, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Florida sent two slate of electors. They had two governments, by the way, and we didn't know what to do. Why did South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana do it? To hold the country hostage to end Reconstruction. It worked. The commission was 8-7. It didn't work. Nobody accepted it. The way it ended is when Hayes did a deal with these 3 states. You give me the electors, I'll kick the Union Army out. The rest is history. It led to Jim Crow. If you're looking for historical guidance, this is not the one to pick. If you're looking for a way to convince people there was no fraud, having a commission chosen by Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, and John Roberts is not going to get you to where you want to go. It ain't going to work. So it's not going to do any good. It's going to delay, and it gives credibility to a dark chapter of our history. That's why I'm not with you. But I will fight to my death for you. You're able to object. You're not doing anything wrong. Other people have objected. I just think it's a uniquely bad idea to delay this election. Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it to end this way. Oh my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. I've tried to be helpful. But when the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that they didn't violate the Constitution of Wisconsin, I agree with the 3, but I accept the 4. If Al Gore can accept 5-4, he's not president. I can accept Wisconsin 4-3. Pennsylvania, it went to the Second Circuit. So much for all the judges being in Trump's pocket. They said, no, you're wrong. I accept the Pennsylvania Second Circuit that Trump's lawsuit wasn't right. Georgia, they said the Secretary of State took the law in his own hands. He changed the election laws unlawfully. A federal judge said, no, I accept the federal judge even though I don't agree with it. Fraud. They said there's 66,000 people in Georgia under 18 voted. How many people believe that? I asked, give me 10. Hadn't had one. They said 8,000 felons in prison in Arizona voted. Give me 10. I hadn't gotten one. Does that say there's problems in every election? I don't buy this. Enough's enough. We got to end it. Vice President Pence, what they're asking you to do, you won't do because you can't. You talk about interesting times. I associate myself with Rand Paul. How many times will you hear that? The mob has done something nobody else could do to get me and Rand to agree. Rand is right. If you're a conservative, this is the most offensive concept in the world, that a single person could disenfranchise 155 million people. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all certificates, and the vote shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president. Where in there does it say Mike can say, I don't like the results, I want to send them back to the states, I believe there was fraud? To the conservatives who believe in the Constitution, now's your chance to stand up and be counted. Originalism, count me in. It means what it says. So, Mike, Mr. Vice President, just hang in there. They said we can count on Mike. All of us can count on the Vice President. You're going to do the right thing. You're going to do the constitutional thing. You got a son who flies F-35s. You got a son-in-law who flies F-18s. They're out there flying so that we can get it right here. There are people dying, to my good friend from Illinois, to make sure we have a chance to argue among ourselves. And when it's over, it is over. It is over. The final thing, Joe Biden. I've traveled the world with Joe. I hoped he lost. I prayed he would lose. He won. He's the legitimate president of the United States. I cannot convince people, certain groups, by my words, but I will tell you by my actions that maybe I, above all others in this body, need to say this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are lawfully elected and will become the president and the Vice President of the United States on January the 20th.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield back the balance of our time.
All time has expired. The question is, shall the objections submitted by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and the senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, and others be sustained? Is there a second? There is. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. No. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Holy. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Hoven.
Allora, in molti ci chiedete cosa stanno votando sulla contestazione dello Stato dell'Arizona, credo solo dello Stato dell'Arizona e non di altri stati. Adesso continuiamo a sentire la votazione, comunque come avete sentito una valanga di no. Questo comunque non è la votazione finale, è la votazione sulla contestazione che era stata aperta prima dell'interruzione dovuta all'irruzione dei manifestanti all'interno del Campidoglio.
Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mrs. Loeffler. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Miccoli. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sass. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
chiedete di intervenire, però vi ripeto, sono le 4 di notte, io non posso fare troppo casino in questo momento, capirete bene anche voi il perché. Comunque, come vi dicevo, questo era il voto per convalidare o respingere la contestazione che c'è stata dello Stato dell'Arizona. Per il momento siamo ancora a carissimo amico, per come si suol dire in questi casi, e quindi in alto mare, diciamo, ecco, un po' più giornalistico. Vi lascio con le immagini e se ci sono novità. In questo momento aspettiamo la proclamazione di questo voto che è appena avvenuto, anche così per avere più chiarezza, ma vi lascio con le immagini, non intervengo se non nella chat live qui dal vivo.
On this vote, the yeas are 6, the nays are 93. The objection is not sustained. The Secretary will notify the House of the action of the Senate, informing that body that the Senate is now ready to proceed to joint session with further counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice President. Majority Leader.
Mr. President. So, colleagues, here's where we are. We have a few more speakers now as we wait for the House to finish their debate and vote. We expect the House to finish voting on Arizona between 11:30 and midnight. I ask unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to speak therein for up to 5 minutes each: Senator Toomey, Senator Rubio, Senator Collins.
And on our side, Senators Wyden, Hirono, and Coons.
Finally, following their remarks, the Senate stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
No.
Maybe not. We may have. Okay, so we'll figure it out.
Ecco, come avete visto ci sono stati solo 6 voti a favore della contestazione dei voti dello Stato dell'Arizona e quindi la discussione va avanti.
Toomey, Rubio, Collins.
Wyden, Hirono, and Coons.
Without objection.
Not many will.
This isn't yours, right? Got it.
So we're in recent.
What's that?
Job. Are you speaking again?
Well, Mr. President.
The senator from Pennsylvania. The Senate will be in order. Senate will be in order. Senate will be in order. Please take your conversations out of the chamber. Senator from Pennsylvania.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I appreciate the indulgence of my colleagues allowing me to speak twice today, but my understanding is that later this evening, objectors will object to the certification of Pennsylvania's electoral votes because they disapprove of the process that my state used in the last election.
Senator, will the senator suspend for a minute? Please take your conversations out of the chamber. The senator deserves to be heard. Senator's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So in light of my expectation of this objection, I rise to defend the right of my citizens, my constituents, to vote in the presidential election. And let's be clear, that's exactly what this objection is about. It's what it would do. It would overturn the results of the presidential election in Pennsylvania, and it would thereby deny Pennsylvania's voters the opportunity to even participate in the presidential election. Mr. President, even if Congress did have the constitutional responsibility to judge the worthiness of a state's election process, which it does not, rejecting Pennsylvania's electoral votes would still be wildly out of proportion to the purported offenses and very damaging to our republic. Let me go through a few facts about Pennsylvania. First, some of the objectors, and in fact even the President of the United States this morning, have observed that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court disregarded existing law when it ruled that mail-in ballots could be counted even if they arrived up to 3 days after the election day. Now, the objectors are right about that. In my view, the Supreme Court of the United States should overturn that illegal decision. But, Mr. President, only 10,097 ballots arrived in Pennsylvania during the 3 days after the election. And those 10,097 ballots have been excluded from the vote count that resulted in President-elect Biden winning Pennsylvania by about 80,000 votes. What greater remedy could the objectors possibly want than the complete exclusion of the late arriving ballots? How could we possibly invalidate the entire Pennsylvania election over 10,000 votes that were not even included in the vote count? A second charge we heard, and the senator from Missouri alluded to it this evening, is a 2019 Pennsylvania law that allows mail-in ballots for any reason, that might violate the Pennsylvania Constitution. Well, first of all, as Senator Casey observed, this was a bipartisan law passed with nearly unanimous Republican support Clearly, the state legislators and the governor believe it is consistent with the Pennsylvania Constitution. Secondly, this law was not challenged when it was passed. It wasn't challenged when it was applied during the June primary election. It was only challenged after President Trump lost the general election. But 2.6 million Pennsylvanians voted by mail-in ballot in the general election. Over 37% of Pennsylvania voters in good faith relied on a law to cast their votes as they had done previously. Now, I understand you can make a theoretical argument about whether this is consistent with Pennsylvania's Constitution, and that needs to be resolved for future elections. But because of this constitutional question that some people have, the objectors want to prevent Pennsylvania voters from participating in the presidential election entirely. That would be an outrageous remedy to this purported offense. A third charge we've heard is that Pennsylvania officials did not properly implement Pennsylvania election law in a variety of other ways. But the Trump campaign has shown that many of these issues have, well, first of all, none of these issues would have changed the election outcome, but more importantly, the campaign had many opportunities of which it availed itself to litigate these issues. They did time and again, and they lost repeatedly, often in unanimous bipartisan decisions. Now, some of the objectors also cite Congress's own failure to investigate allegations of election irregularities, and that's their justification for refusing to certify the election results. But the allegations of election irregularities and fraud have been investigated. They've been adjudicated. They were adjudicated in the states in which they're alleged to have occurred. Now, in Pennsylvania, the Trump campaign took their case of election irregularities into the courtroom of Judge Matthew Brann of Federal District Court. Judge Brann is a conservative Republican Federalist Society member. And here's what he said about the Trump campaign case, and I quote, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of the sixth most populated state." End quote. So the campaign then appealed Judge Brand's decision to the Third Circuit, and they drew a 3-judge panel, all Republican appointed judges, one appointed by President Trump. The panel concurred with Judge Brand. Mr. President, certainly there were irregularities in this election. There always are. But there's no evidence of significant fraud, conspiracies, or even significant anomalies that cast any serious doubt on who actually won the election. And you know, one of the ways you can tell is look at the big picture in Pennsylvania. Look at what happened. In 2016, President Trump won Pennsylvania by 0.8%. In 2020, he lost Pennsylvania by a little over 1%. Now, is there anything at all that's implausible or surprising about a 2% change in the election outcome? Relative to 2016, in Pennsylvania, the president lost a little ground in most of the rural counties he had carried. He lost a lot of ground in the big suburban counties, and he slightly narrowed his large loss in Philadelphia. There's no surprises here. This reflects a pattern that occurred all across the country. My colleagues, as I've said, it is not our responsibility to sit in judgment of state election procedures in the first place. But if it were, there would not be nearly sufficient reason to deny my constituents their right to participate in this presidential election. Mr. President, Joe Biden won the election. That's not what I had hoped for, but that's what happened. It was an honest victory, with the usual minor irregularities that occur in most elections. We witnessed today the damage that can result when men in power and responsibility refuse to acknowledge the truth. We saw bloodshed because a demagogue chose to spread falsehoods and sow distrust of his own fellow Americans. Let's not abet such deception. Let's reject this motion.
Mr. President, with just a few minutes to speak, I'm going to get right to the point. Gunfire in the halls here, IEDs on the Capitol grounds. I will say to my colleagues, I've been stunned that with the domestic terrorists roaming the halls just a few hours ago, I've been stunned that this debate is actually going forward. And that's because, colleagues, this is a fake debate on electoral certification. That's because it lends credibility to the bogus idea that the Congress can actually toss out the results of the election. And as we saw today, it serves to fuel insurrection. Now, contrary to what some of my aye-voting colleagues believe, with aye votes cast just a few minutes ago, this debate has never been about setting up some kind of routine election tribunal. This isn't about election security. If the Republican majority for the last 2 years had actually been interested in election security, they would not have worked relentlessly to block my legislation to secure our 2020 elections with hand-marked paper ballots and post-election security audits. By the way, those are the kinds of approaches that are part of the Oregon system, where for 25 years we voted by mail. I'm the nation's first mail-in United States senator. The second, and I see my colleagues from Maine and Alaska here because they're very fond of him like I was, Gordon Smith, a Republican, was the second mail-in United States senator in our country. That's because we do the job right. It's efficient. Our late Republican Secretary of State, Dennis Richardson, actually told President Trump there was no evidence of fraud. So if Republicans had been interested over the last 2 years in actually working with me and colleagues on both sides of the aisle and secretaries of state, we could have had an approach that would have empowered the Oregon idea to go national. Instead, we're now debating tonight the idea of a discussion grounded in total fiction, brewed in cauldrons of conspiracies online. These, colleagues, are fever dreams laundered by people with election certificates and real power. And I will tell you, it's been painful to watch colleagues sidle up to some of those conspiracies that would inflict so much damage to the American experiment. Colleagues, I'm going to close with one last point. We saw today an effort by domestic terrorists to try to punch our democracy to the ground, to the ropes. And I'm going to close by simply saying something that hadn't been said tonight, and that is Donald Trump can do enormous damage to our country in the next 2 weeks. In the next 2 weeks, colleagues, Donald Trump can do enormous damage to our wonderful country. This afternoon, I don't know if my colleagues saw it, the National Association of Manufacturers, an organization with thousands of businesses, thousands of companies, and not exactly a left-wing outfit. They called for moving forward with the 25th Amendment. All over the news already, colleagues, this afternoon, the National Association of Manufacturers. That's what we're seeing in our country with respect to the fear of Americans having watched what happened here. So I'm just going to close by way of saying, I believe that for the next 2 weeks, we have an enormous responsibility to watchdog Donald Trump day in and day out to do everything possible to prevent the kind of abuses that we saw today, where an American lost her life, and we saw the fear among our citizens at what went on. Let's do everything we can as leaders, Democrats and Republicans, to make sure in the next 2 weeks Donald Trump's abuses are checked. We do everything we can to protect this wonderful nation of ours. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Florida is recognized.
Mr. President, over the last weeks and days leading up to this vote here today, I've heard from a lot of people about this vote, and I guess I want to address it as much to them as anybody else. And these are people that I know. These are friends, these are neighbors, these are longtime supporters, generally people on my side of the political aisle. And they're upset. They're upset. They look at the media, and the media, they censored stories that might have been negative towards Joe Biden or were negative towards Joe Biden. The social media companies helped them out. And they saw how some states tinkered with and even mutilated state election laws. And they have doubts that the election was legitimate. And it gives this country this extraordinary crisis of confidence, which is very dangerous because democracy is very fragile and it's not held together by elections. Democracy is held together by people's confidence in the election and their willingness to abide by its results. And so the notion was, we need to do something, we need to fight. And several of my colleagues have adopted the idea, and I respect it, that they're going to object. Now listen, it's important to understand something. Even the people objecting in the Senate recognize that it's not going to pass. It's not going to change the outcome, but it's going to send a message. And it's going to make a point. The problem is, I think it's a terrible idea at this moment. Just hours ago, a young lady died in this Capitol. That means somebody somewhere in this country got a phone call that their daughter was dead. Daughter was going to a political rally, she is dead. Died in this Capitol, somewhere not far from where we are standing. We had police officers, the men and women that we walk by every single day that guard the doors and we say hello to, out there with riot gear, getting spit on and attacked. Today, not 10 weeks ago, just a few hours ago. And I think it's important to think about all those things on a night like tonight and everything that's happened. You know, I wouldn't even be here today. I doubt very much where I would even have been interested in politics had it not been for my grandfather. He died when I was 14, but I grew up at his knee. He would sit on the porch, he would smoke 3 cigars a day, and he loved history. He was born in 1899 in rural Cuba. It was still governed by the United States. It was a protectorate. 3 years later, it gained its independence and became a republic. During my grandfather's first 60 years of life, he saw his country have an armed insurrection after a contested election, multiple presidents go into exile, 2 military coups, and the rise of a Marxist dictator. A tyranny that stands to this day. My entire life, I have lived with and next to people who came to America because their country was chaotic and their country was unsafe. What I saw today, what we have seen, looks more like those countries than the extraordinary nation that I am privileged to call home. And I think about the mockery that it makes of our country. A lot of people, oh, well, China. No, let me just say something. In all modesty, no one here has worked harder on the issue of China. They hate my guts. I'm sanctioned, twice sanctioned. I don't know what they're sanctioning, double sanctioned, and I can't travel there. I wasn't planning to anyway. China's laughing. They're loving this tonight. In Beijing, they're high-fiving because they point to this to say, this is proof the future belongs to China, America's in decline. Vladimir Putin, there's nothing Vladimir Putin could have come up with better than what happened here. Makes us look like we're in total chaos and collapse. Not to mention the Ayatollah, who's probably bragging, if he has buddies, to his buddies, look what's happening to the great Satan. I think politics has made us crazy. Everybody in this country has lost their minds on politics. And we have forgotten that America is not a government. America is not a president. America is not a Congress. Let me tell you what America is. America is your family. America is your faith. America is your community. That's America. That's what our adversaries don't understand, and that's what we need to remember. That is how we're going to rebuild this country and turn the page and have a future even brighter than our past. And so that's why I feel so strongly about this, and why I hope those who disagree with me will understand. I yield the floor. And that's what we need to remember. That is how we're going to rebuild this country and turn the page and have a future even brighter than our past. And so that's why I feel so strongly about this, and why I hope those who disagree with me will understand. I yield the floor.
The senator from Hawaii is recognized.
Mr. President, it has been hard at times to find the words to describe the full harm Donald Trump has inflicted on our country. We can spend hours dissecting how his policies have made us less safe, less healthy, but his presidency has also been a profound moral failure. Let me tell you a story. A few years ago, a father from Hawaii joined me at one of my talk story sessions in my office, and he asked me a question that struck me hard at that time and has stuck with me until today. He said, "How can I tell my son that lying is not okay when the President of the United States lies every single day?" I struggled to answer his question then, and I'm not sure I could offer an adequate answer now. But this conversation remains a clear example of how we do not live in normal times. How is it normal as we and the world watched in horror as an angry mob stormed the United States Capitol? Blood was shed, people were hurt, vandalism occurred. It is not normal when we have a president who lies every single day. And even in the face of this vandalism, this mob, he really doesn't have much to say except, "I love you, you should go home now." It's not normal when in the middle of a pandemic that has claimed the lives of over 350,000 Americans, which is nearly the combined population of the islands of Maui and the Big Island, we have a president who only seems to care about spreading conspiracies to undermine confidence in our elections and our democracy. And it's not normal when duly elected senators who took an oath to uphold the Constitution pull a stunt to try and nullify millions of votes in 6 states so that Donald Trump can remain president. I call this effort a stunt because it is doomed to fail. We have a strong bipartisan majority, as noted in the vote that we just took, and both chambers of Congress who reject this stunt. And courts have ruled against Trump and his allies in more than 60 cases. So whenever this farce ends, the result will be the same. Donald Trump will have lost the election, and Joe Biden will become the 46th president of the United States. You can tell a lot about a person from the way they handle defeat. The way Donald Trump has handled defeat says a lot about who he is. Watching so many of our colleagues indulge the president tells us a lot about them, too. We don't have to look back very far in history to find examples of candidates who lost tough races but demonstrated their character in defeat. Our colleague, Senator Romney, graciously conceded his defeat to President Obama in noting that, quote, "At a time like this, we can't risk partisan bickering and political posturing. Our leaders have to reach across the aisle to do the people's work, and we citizens also have to rise to the occasion." And in 2000, during an election with substantial irregularities and partisan intervention from the Supreme Court, Al Gore nevertheless put his country first, and he said, "Let there be no doubt that while I strongly disagree with the court's decision, I accept it. And tonight, for the sake of our unity as a people and the strength of our democracy, I offer my concession." As I reflect on the service of these distinguished public servants and the acts they took to maintain our democracy, I'm also drawn to remarks President Obama made 4 years ago in his farewell address to the nation when he warned that our democracy is threatened whenever we take it for granted. It is a particularly sage warning as we contend with the President of the United States seeking to nullify a free and fair election simply because he lost. We have to stand up, speak out, and fight back because our democracy itself is at stake. American democracy has endured over the centuries in large part because our institutions serve as guardrails to keep us from going over the cliff. As elected officials, we can strengthen these guardrails by listening to our own conscience in moments of peril, by having what our friend John Lewis called an executive session with myself. Before making a big decision, John would say, "Listen, self, this is what you must do. This is where you must go." Today, we can follow John's example. Listen to our conscience. Stand up for our Constitution and do what's right. I yield the floor.
The senator from Maine is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me begin my remarks tonight by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to the members of the law enforcement community and the National Guard, whose hard work and courage made it possible for us to resume our deliberations tonight. We return to this chamber tonight undeterred by the violence we witnessed and strengthened in our determination to fulfill our constitutional duty. Mr. President, the Constitution is the foundation of our American democracy, and the Constitution is what must guide our decisions on the presidential election. The process the Constitution sets forth for electing presidents through the Electoral College is straightforward. The people vote. Electors are chosen. The electors vote. Then Congress counts the electors' votes. That final step in the process is why we have convened today. Counting the votes of the electors, a function that the 12th Amendment assigns to Congress, is an administrative and largely ceremonial act. Our job is simply to count the votes certified by each state, nothing more. We should not attempt to usurp the roles of the voters, the states, or the Electoral College. Mr. President, the American people have done their job, turning out in record numbers to vote in the midst of a frightening pandemic. Indeed, as a percentage of the voting eligible population, the turnout was the highest in 120 years. Similarly, in the midst of this pandemic, hundreds of election officials and volunteers have done their job, staffing polling places and faithfully counting and often recounting votes. The states have done their job by certifying the election results. Now, Mr. President, I've heard the proponents of these objections raise questions about whether the various states conducted their elections properly. When disputes over elections arise, candidates are able to appeal to our legal system, not Congress, for recourse. In the 2 months since the 2020 election, the president's lawyers and allies have had the opportunity to make their arguments and challenge election results before the courts. Notably, every one of nearly 60 lawsuits that they brought forward have been rejected. In fact, the Supreme Court has twice refused to hear their election challenges. Mr. President, we must abide by these rulings. The time has now come for Congress to do its job. We should affirm the certified results of each state by counting the votes of their electors. Mr. President, altering the results of the Electoral College would set a terrible precedent in which the party in control of Congress could override the will of the voters and overrule our courts to unilaterally choose the next president. One senator attempted such a maneuver after the election in 2004, and the Senate overwhelmingly rejected that effort. The Senate has demonstrated by its vote tonight that it will follow that precedent and do so again. Tonight, Mr. President, I will continue to vote to reaffirm the foundation of our democracy, the Constitution of the United States, and I will reject these challenges to the Electoral College. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. President, I invite all of my colleagues to cast your eyes upon these three boxes sitting on the table in front of the dais. These three boxes contain the certified results from every state in our union regarding how that state voted, how their electors have voted for the President of the United States of America. You know, you cast your eyes on these three boxes, and you know that there's something special. You see that there are straps on them holding the top on and straps around the side, and they're engraved, beautiful handle, beautiful leather work, crafted in the cabinet shop of our very Senate to say to the world that their cargo is precious. Now, there's three of these boxes. The third box is brand new. It was crafted because so many states were celebrating this process that they started to use very large forms, very large envelopes, very large seals to put those ballots into, and thus a third box was needed. These boxes contain the voice of the American people weighing in as they have election after election after election. They've been used, these two smaller boxes, in the last 14 elections. They carry voice. They are transported through those doors to the House of Representatives, where the Senate and House gather to witness the opening of the envelopes to determine who will be the President of the United States. It is our constitutional responsibility to witness the counting. That is what the Constitution calls for. Tonight, when this Senate chamber was under attack by domestic terrorists, we were held here in this room, doors locked, to protect us with the help of the Capitol Police. They did an excellent job, and then they escorted us to a safe room. And that announcement came quickly. And when that announcement came, our senior assistant parliamentarian, Lee Hildebrand, organized the team to rescue these boxes and keep them safe. Now, thank you to her and the entire team that rescued the voice of the American people. Had they not done so, then the hooligans outside, disrespecting the Constitution, would have come in here and opened these boxes and burned the ballots, destroying the voice of the people symbolically. And I know no one in this chamber wanted something like that to happen, because we're here to defend the Constitution, to defend the integrity of the election process, not to allow it to be destroyed. But colleagues, although we are 100 senators, or 99 actually now, because there's only 99 of us who are duly elected at the moment, 99 senators united across party defending these ballots from the hooligans outside, there's more than one way these ballots can be destroyed. And that is for this chamber and the House chamber to vote that one of those envelopes representing the state will be shredded, will be burned, that those votes will be discounted. We just held a vote on whether or not the envelope containing the electoral votes from Arizona should be burned. We defended these ballots against the hooligans outside. But there are those in this chamber supporting the destruction of the voice of the citizens of Arizona. 6 voted. And we are coming back later tonight to vote on whether to shred or burn the ballots for the people of Pennsylvania. So we have to stand together to say absolutely not. The constitutional responsibility is for us to defend the process, not to proceed to destroy these ballots. Now, in spite of all the troubling things that have happened in this chamber this evening, something beautiful happened. And that is, we sat here in this chamber, all of us listening to each other, 5-minute speeches, hearing each other out, diverse views, wrestling with a complicated issue. It's really the first time that's happened in the 12 years I've served in the Senate. We need to restore the process of struggling with America's issues together on the floor of the Senate. That's the Senate I saw when I first came here as an intern for my home state senator in 1976. That's the Senate that I saw when I worked for Congress in the 1980s. That's the Senate that has disappeared. There is a conversation going forward between Democrats and Republicans to restore the ability to hold debate on the floor, to restore the ability to have amendments on the floor, so that we deliberate and wrestle with, in a very public and transparent fashion, the big issues. So let's take this moment when we're rethinking how to restore the institutions of our government, to restore and improve how this Senate operates, to deal with the issues ahead of us, so that this moment is a moment where we come together rather than be divided, where in a bipartisan fashion we craft a strategy to restore issues to the floor, bills and amendments and debate and decisions before the public. So, out of a dark moment can shine a bright light, a renewal, and it is a moment much needed now. A moment much needed in the executive branch as we, on the 20th of January, welcome new leadership. And it's a moment much needed for us to restore the Senate to being the deliberative body once renowned and respected around the world. Let's defend these ballot boxes, both from the hooligans outside and those who would vote to destroy the ballots from any given state, and let us come together and restore the Senate and fight for the vision of our We the People republic. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Delaware is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, free, fair elections are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges of unfairness are serious. I think we'll all agree. But calling an election unfair does not make it so. Charges require specific allegations, and then they require proof. We have neither here. Those are not my words. Those are the words of a judge on the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, rejecting President Trump's legal challenges to the Pennsylvania election. I might add, a judge who was a longtime member of the Conservative Federalist Society and was nominated to the bench by none other than Donald Trump. Mr. President, the 2020 presidential election was hard fought, we'll all agree. But the American people spoke clearly and they spoke decisively. 81.2 million voters voted for Joe Biden, 81.2. 74.2 million voted for Donald Trump. 51.3% of the vote went for Joe Biden. 46.8% of the vote was for Donald Trump. 306 electoral college votes for Joe Biden. 232 electoral college votes for Donald Trump. Just 4 years earlier, Donald Trump referred to that kind of outcome as a landslide for him, and he lost a popular vote by 3 million votes. But accepting the outcome of an election can be difficult when our political party doesn't win. We've all felt that before. But calling an election unfair does not make it so. More than 60 federal and state courts involving more than 90 judges, many of whom were nominated by Republican presidents, including Donald Trump, are all in agreement. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? All in agreement. No evidence of widespread fraud, wrongdoing, or other irregularities have been uncovered during the 2020 election. That is a victory for democracy, for our democracy. Unfortunately, some of our colleagues today ask us to do the same thing that Donald Trump asked of the Secretary of State for the state of Georgia, to overturn the results of the 2020 election without specific allegations and, more importantly, without any proof. Our colleagues are asking us not to abide by the will of the people, but to bend to the will of one man, Donald Trump. In 1787, delegates from the 13 colonies convened in Philadelphia to debate the future of what would become the United States of America. Our founders disagreed on a lot of things. But you know, they all agreed on one thing for sure. They did not want a king. They did not want a monarch. Many of them had been there, done that. They didn't want to see it and feel it again. And they set up this intricate system of checks and balances to ensure that we would never have that all-powerful king in this country. That system of checks and balances is being pushed to a dangerous limit here today. But that system will prevail. Along with it, our democracy. Here are just some of the claims that Donald Trump and his legal team have made, and that our colleagues lend credence to here today. That Venezuela, Cuba, and China rigged our country's voting machines in favor of Joe Biden. That dead people voted in this election, and they only voted for Joe Biden. that poll watchers and election observers who risk their lives during this pandemic to uphold the integrity of our elections, that stuffed ballot boxes with Biden votes and then they shredded Trump votes. Not one, let me repeat, not one of these things is true. There is no evidence to back up these ridiculous claims. Many of these absurd claims from Donald Trump and his legal team are nothing more than conspiracy theories circulating online. This misinformation and dangerous rhetoric from the president and his allies, including calls for violence, have polluted our discourse and imperiled our peaceful transfer of power. And when our colleagues show indifference or outright support for these unsubstantiated claims and conspiracy theories, they lead our nation and our Constitution down a dangerous, dangerous path. All of us who serve here swore an oath to support and defend our Constitution. I swore that same oath as a naval flight officer many times, as a midshipman before that. But all of us here have sworn to support and defend our Constitution, not our political party, and certainly not any individual candidate. Colleagues, for the safety of our citizens and our republic, we must lead by example. We must turn the temperature down. It was a hard-fought campaign, but the campaign is over. The votes have been counted. The count has been certified in all 50 states. And in 2 weeks, on January 20th, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be sworn in as President and Vice President of the United States, as they should be. We have serious and urgent challenges that will require working together with our new president, our new vice president, with one another in this chamber, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, and with our colleagues over in the House of Representatives. What's on our to-do list? Well, we can start with making sure that hundreds of millions of Americans get vaccinated, that we get off the dime and start vaccinating. We vaccinated 4 million people last month. 4 million. We're supposed to vaccinate 20. How are we ever going to get to 250 million at this rate? What else is on our to-do list? We're getting our kids back to school. We got kids that are unable to get on the internet, unable to participate in their classes, may not have any adult supervision at home. They're struggling. They're falling even further behind. We need to do something to help them. What else is on our to-do list? Getting their parents back to work, just to name a few things. Think, well, the millions of people lost jobs and they don't have skills anymore to fill the jobs that are needed. They need our help. They need to be retooled and retrained. It's time to stop trying to overturn the will of the people and get back to working on their behalf. Mr. President, Abraham Lincoln has been quoted a couple times here tonight. But he observed at the end of the Gettysburg Address that ours is, quote, a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Even in the midst of his Civil War, President Lincoln put his unwavering faith in the people to chart our nation's course. We would be wise to remember Lincoln's words at this moment, at this special moment in our nation's history. We're not a government of Trump, by Trump, and for Trump. We're a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And the people have spoken. The people have spoken. Our job here today is to listen to them. I intend to do that. And I trust that my colleagues will join me in doing that as well. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator is recognized.
Mr. President, first I want to thank all of the first responders who helped to protect this sacred chamber today, protect those electoral college ballots. Today is a special day. On a day when some 2,500 or more Americans will lose their lives to the coronavirus, when another 130,000 will be hospitalized with it, when hundreds of small businesses will close their doors and put thousands of Americans out of work. On this day, the United States Senate is not debating how to get more life-saving vaccines into Americans' arms or how to put 2,000 badly needed dollars into their pockets. No, instead, we are using the first days of the new Senate and Congress to give time to our radical Republican colleagues' baseless and damaging claims of election fraud, all in an attempt to keep Donald Trump in office in violation of the United States Constitution. There's a word for this. It's called sedition. All these unfounded objections to state electors are seditious. They are nothing short of an insurrection against the established order of the United States Constitution and our democratic republic. This is an historically shameful day for the Senate and for our country. To be clear, the notion that there are any meaningful voter fraud that has been identified in the 2020 presidential election is a dangerous, anti-democratic, treasonous fiction. Joe Biden won, Donald Trump lost, period. But that hasn't stopped the president and his supporters from making allegations of voter fraud in some 60 legal challenges across the country, heard by some 90 judges, including Trump judicial appointees. Not one of these challenges succeeded, not one. And despite this reality, my radical Republican colleagues claim we must have a commission to investigate the fraud. Well, we do know one of the most undeniable instances of substantial and significant election fraud ever. We even have a recording and a transcript of it. It's President Trump talking like a mafia boss to the Georgia Secretary of State, a Republican no less, pressuring and threatening him to fix the election in Trump's favor and holding out the prospect of criminal prosecution if he doesn't. Find me 11,780 votes, Trump said. Well, someone should find Donald Trump a real lawyer and measure him for an orange jumpsuit, because the list of statutes that this latest shocking presidential phone call may violate is too long to recite. The president's words on that phone call, indeed, his conduct since the election, demand a serious response, one much more serious than the sham before us today. First, federal and state law enforcement authorities should investigate Donald Trump for election fraud, extortion, conspiracy, and whatever other charges fit the bill. And if warranted, indict and try him for any crimes he has committed. Second, we must recognize that Donald Trump is and will remain a danger to our Constitution and our democracy. So while time is certainly limited, we should impeach Trump again and bar him from holding office in the future. And finally, we should abolish the Electoral College. It is a vestige of a racist Jim Crow America, and we have outgrown it. Every person's vote in every state should count just the same. One person, one vote. Election fraud and reform are very serious issues. Election reform absolutely should be debated in Congress, which is why instead of today's kabuki theater, I invite my Republican colleagues to stand up and say, yes, we need to protect and expand voting rights and election security. We need automatic voter registration. We need online voter registration. We need same-day voter registration. We should make Election Day a federal holiday. We should restore voting rights to people with prior felony convictions. We should support independent redistricting commissions. Let's spend our time on the floor debating that, debating how to reduce the influence of big money in our political system, to slow the revolving door between government officials and lobbyists, to stop gerrymandering and voter suppression. That's the real election reform that we should be debating and supporting, not these shameful, craven, baseless objections. More than 350,000 Americans have died from the coronavirus. That is the truth. Nearly 8 million people have fallen into poverty because of the economic crisis caused by this virus. That is the truth. Wearing a mask saves lives. Vaccines are safe and effective. That is the truth. Joe Biden won. Donald Trump lost. That is the truth. I urge all my Senate colleagues to vote against these objections, affirm our democracy, and recognize that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will rightfully be sworn in on January 20th as the President and Vice President of the United States.
The senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today was a stomach-churning, gut-wrenching moment in our history. And truly, it was an assault on the heart of our democracy. And I want to join in thanking the first responders and police, but I also want to thank others who have been heroes of our democracy, unsung in many instances. First, all of the election officials, all of the poll workers, all of the members of boards of election who actually counted the votes, who went to the polls and make sure that votes could be cast, and who ultimately stood firm for the integrity of that voting system. I want to thank the judges. There are now about 90 of them who, except for one or two who ruled the other way on a technicality, have stood firm for the integrity of that voting system. In those 60 to 70 cases, except for that one ruled on a technicality, they went with the integrity of our voting system and the rule of law. Today was indeed disgusting and sickening. It was shocking and despicable. It was heartbreaking, but it was not surprising. In fact, today's assault on our democracy, the mob violence, the riots, the thugs and goons who were inspired and incited by the President of the United States, all were of a piece with these past 4 years of a president who has no respect for the truth or the rule of law. Donald Trump's presidency is coming to a close in the very same way it began, with an attack on our democracy. In 2016, the Trump campaign welcomed hostile foreign interference with our election, and the president refused to acknowledge that he would accept the results of the election if he lost. And then, again and again and again, he demonstrated his contempt for the rule of law and for the laws themselves. He obstructed justice, and he would have been charged with it had he not been the President of the United States. He invited a foreign government to interfere in our elections and find dirt on his political opponent. And most disturbingly, these actions by a president who demonstrated that contempt for the rule of law were met with silence from many political leaders, our colleagues here in the Senate among them. Silence in the face of that contempt for the rule of law and disrespect for the law enforcers. So we could have seen today coming. In fact, we did. I warned about it, others did, because the fantasies and falsehoods that drove those rioters, not protesters, the mob who assaulted the temple of democracy, were fueled by the president's misstatements and lies and contempt for the truth. And he was enabled. He had enablers. So today we are stopping in one instance that enabling. But we must also make sure to stop it going forward. And the political stunt that brought us here today offers no great solace that it will. These stunts have consequences. We say words have consequences. And the actions today will have significant consequences. They are an attack on our democracy that undermines the core tenets of our American government, and a disrespect for the will of the people and a peaceful transition of power, and the political stunts themselves, driven by opportunism, blaze a path that can be followed by more competent challenges, just as the dictatorial instincts and actions of this president can be followed by more effective would-be tyrants intent on destroying our republic. Yes, we have more important tasks that we should be addressing as well. The pandemic, the economic revival. But today we must be mindful of the threat to our democracy that we face down, and we come together on a bipartisan basis. But silence is never excusable in the face of lawlessness at the very top of our political structure. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Delaware is recognized.
Mr. President, I have a question for all of my colleagues this evening, which is what happened here today? And how is it different from what we expected as we assembled in this chamber early this afternoon? Sadly, much like the impeachment trial of just a year ago, I think as many of us slogged our way to the nation's capital and dutifully filed into this chamber, we expected hours and hours of debate and discussion, knowing the outcome, knowing that what was being engaged in by a handful of our colleagues was a political stunt, feeding the ego of our president, who is chasing conspiracy theories about how he actually won the election 2 months ago that he lost, and indulging his belief that somehow, the Congress could still at the last moment snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Even in the last day, President Trump had been haranguing his own incredibly loyal Vice President, Mike Pence, as if somehow Vice President Pence would simply declare him president today. We knew that President Trump had been stirring up the spirits of thousands, urging them to come to Washington. We had an inkling that he might go out and speak to them. But I don't think, as we filed into this chamber, any of us expected that for the second time in our republic's history, the perimeter of this Capitol would be breached, members of the Senate would be rushed to safety, that not just the Capitol Police, but U.S. Marshals and FBI officers and fully combat-geared soldiers would be in the United States Capitol, taking it back from a riotous mob of thugs. Just a few moments ago, I went to the rotunda to see the litter and the trash, the residue and the remnants of those who took over this building today, and to say thank you to the men and women of law enforcement who helped secure it after it fell to an angry mob. But folks, we have to think about the consequences of what happened here today, why this happened, and what it means, and what it teaches. Because frankly, tonight, now, the whole world is watching. The entire world is watching a montage of scenes of folks cavorting in the Capitol, half-naked men taking that seat, scrawling things on different surfaces, parading up and down the Capitol corridors with a Confederate flag, with a Trump flag, and in other ways signaling that they had done something significant. No, in fact, what they've actually done is weakened our democracy, showed some of its fragility, and encouraged our opponents around the world. In the last 2 months since the election, we have one man who has abandoned his post, who has mostly spent his time golfing and tweeting and indulging himself in conspiracy theories and been less and less attuned to our national security and to a raging pandemic. and another man, our president-elect, who is preparing to take over the responsibility for leading this country out of this pandemic and out of its current state of deep, deep division. President Trump has abandoned his post. He does not deserve to be president any longer, and he poses a real and present threat to the future of our democracy. But let me also say this to my colleagues, half of whom changed their intended vote today after seeing what happened in the Capitol. There were, as we began, roughly 13 senators, Republicans, who said they were going to vote against the certification of the election. And when we actually finally called the roll, it was just 6. 7 of them having been chastened by the events of today. But 2 who continue on this quest, clerked for the Supreme Court Chief Justice, are deeply schooled in the law, know better than what they did today. And in the count and the debate going on over in the House, even now, more than 100 House Republicans continue with this effort. On this floor earlier today, this evening, there were strong and clear and brave speeches by Republicans and Democrats alike. So I have a question as we move forward. When will this fever break? When will we finally say to each other, enough is enough of indulging and following populism and demagoguery? Is it time to finally show who the leaders are and to uphold our Constitution that every one of the House members and a third of us swore to uphold just 3 days ago? I will tell you as I look ahead that I am confident that 2 weeks from now, Joseph Biden will be sworn in as the next president, Kamala Harris sworn in as the next vice president, and we have a unique moment in my lifetime. Because as presidents and leaders in the Senate of both parties over the last decades have observed, the Senate has steadily shrunk in its significance, its role, and its power, and the presidency has steadily grown. Not in my lifetime, not since LBJ, have we had an incoming president who spent 36 years in this chamber. We have a chance with Joe Biden, a president-elect who ran on bringing our country together, a president-elect who ran on turning the page from our moment of national division, a president-elect who respects and honors and understands the significance of this body. So we have to take this opportunity to heal, to hear each other, to compromise, to work together, and to see the real challenges facing the American people and take this last, best moment. What happened here today should leave all of us gravely concerned about the health and the future of our democracy, and the opportunity we will have 2 weeks from today is one we should not let pass us by. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. President, more than 350,000 of our loved ones have died from a terrible disease. Small businesses have gone under, never to reopen. Millions have lost their jobs, and too many families don't know how they're going to pay the rent or put groceries on the table. It is tough out there, but Americans are fighters. And despite all the challenges, in November, they did what Americans do when they are unhappy with their leadership. They voted for change. They turned their backs on a sitting president who fans the flames of hatred while bodies pile up in the morgue. Instead, they elected a new president who wants to save lives, to save our economy, and to save our democracy. Even as the pandemic raged, Americans showed up for democracy. States worked overtime to set up safe systems, ballot drop boxes and early voting, and gallons of hand sanitizer. Voters mailed their ballots earlier, put on masks, and stood in line at the polls. The election of 2020 shattered voting records. So here we are on the floor of the United States Senate in the aftermath of an historic election held in the middle of a pandemic. People are suffering, and we should be working to get them the help they need. Instead, We are here because Donald Trump wants to overturn the results of that election. The Republicans objecting to the results of this election will be judged by history. But the rest of us will be judged as well. It is our responsibility to stand up for our democracy, even while other senators work to undermine it. Losing is hard. I ran for president myself. It was a hard-fought primary, but Joe Biden won and I lost. I am not the only one to live through that. A number of senators in this room have run for president. None of us was successful. And when we lost, we conceded and we got out of the race, because that is how democracy works. None of us lied about the results. We didn't throw temper tantrums. We didn't tell our allies in Congress or the states to overturn the results. We didn't feed poisonous propaganda to our supporters. We didn't urge people to march on state capitals or to descend on Washington. We accepted the will of the voters. And it's not just us. It's everyone who has run for president since the beginning of America. Only once in America's history have the people who lost tried to burn down our democracy on the way out. They caused a civil war that nearly destroyed our nation. Make no mistake, the violence we witnessed in this chamber today was the direct result of the poisonous lies that Donald Trump repeated again and again for more than 2 months. His words have consequences. Our democracy has been grievously injured by this lying coward. This effort to subvert our democracy is not merely one last presidential tantrum. This effort is designed to knock out the basic pillar on which democracy is founded, the idea that the voters, not the sitting president and not the members of Congress, but the voters decide who will lead this nation. A democracy in which the elected leaders do not bend to the will of the voters is no democracy. It is a totalitarian state. And those who pursue this effort are supporting a coup. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this effort to overthrow our democracy. I yield, Mr. President.
The senator from Alaska is recognized.
Ask that the Senate stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Without objection.
buona giornata a tutti.
Let's sit down.
Madam Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
The joint session of Congress to count the electoral vote will resume. The tellers having taken their seats, the two houses retired to consider separately and decide upon the vote of the state of Arizona to which an objection has been filed. The Secretary of the Senate will report the action of the Senate.
In the Senate of the United States, ordered that the Senate, by a vote of 6 ayes to 93 nays, rejects the objection to the electoral votes cast in the state of Arizona for Joseph R. Biden for president and Kamala D. Harris for vice president.
The clerk of the House will report the action of the House.
Ordered that the House of Representatives rejects the objections to the electoral vote of the state of Arizona.
Pursuant to the law, Chapter 1 of Title 3 of the United States Code, because the two houses have not sustained the objection, the original certificate submitted by the state of Arizona will be counted as provided therein. The tellers will now record and announce the vote of the state of Arkansas for president and vice president in accordance with the action of the two houses. This certificate from Arkansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that is annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arkansas seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Arkansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from California, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of California, I would say the great state of California, seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 55 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 55 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of California that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Colorado, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Colorado seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 9 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 9 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Colorado that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Connecticut, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Connecticut seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Connecticut that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Delaware, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Delaware seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Delaware that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from the District of Columbia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the district that purports to be a return from the district and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the district purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the District of Columbia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris from the state of California received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the District of Columbia that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Florida, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Florida seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 29 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Florida that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Georgia, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Georgia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, myself, members of the Georgia delegation, and some 74 of my Republican colleagues and I object to the electoral votes from the state of Georgia on the grounds that the election conducted on November 3rd was faulty and fraudulent due to unilateral actions by the Secretary of State to unlawfully change the state's election process without approval from the General Assembly, and thereby setting the stage for an unprecedented amount of fraud and irregularities. And I have signed the objection myself.
Sections 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
Mr. President, prior to the actions and events of today, we did, but following the events of today, it appears that some senators have withdrawn their objection.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Section 18 of Title III of the United States Code moves us. This certificate from Hawaii, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Hawaii seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Hawaii that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Idaho, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Idaho seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Idaho that the teller has verified appear to be regular in form and authentic?
Hearing none.
Hearing none, this certificate from Illinois, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Illinois seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Illinois that the teller has verified appears to be in regular form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Indiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of that state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Indiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Indiana that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none. This certificate from Iowa, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Iowa seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Iowa that the teller has verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Kansas, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Kansas seems to be regular in form and authentic. It appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Kansas that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for Vice President.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky? That the teller is verified appears to be regular, in form, and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Louisiana, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Louisiana seems to be regular, in form, and authentic, and appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 8 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Louisiana? That the teller is verified to be regular, in form, and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Maine, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maine seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 3 votes for president, and Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 1 vote for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for vice president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Maine that the teller is verified appears to be regular, in form, and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Maryland, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maryland seems to be regular, in form, and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Maryland that the teller has verified appears to be regular, in form, and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, and has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 11 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 11 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? The tellers advised appear to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Michigan, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote in that state that purports to be a return from the state and has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Michigan seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 16 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 16 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentlelady from Georgia rise?
Mr. President, I, along with 70 of my Republican colleagues, object to the counting of the electoral votes for the state of Michigan on the grounds that the error rate precedes the FEC rate allowed at 0.0008%, and that the people who signed affidavits at risk of perjury, their voices have not been heard in a court of law.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the U.S. Code require that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
The objection is writing, not signed by a senator.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of the vote from the state of Michigan? The certificate the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. Hearing no further objections, this certificate from Minnesota, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be returned from the state. Annexed to it, certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Minnesota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 10 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Minnesota that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Mississippi, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state. It purports to be a return from the state, as annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Mississippi seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 6 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Mississippi that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Missouri, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate from an authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Missouri seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 10 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 10 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Missouri that the teller has verified appears to be regular and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Montana, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Montana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the vote of the state of Montana that the teller verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Nebraska, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nebraska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 1 vote for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 4 votes for vice president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 1 vote for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Nebraska that the teller is verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Nevada, the parliamentarian advises, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Nevada seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 6 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 6 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
Mr. President, I and 55 other members of the United States House of Representatives object to the electoral votes of the state of Nevada in order to protect the lawful votes of Nevada and all other American citizens.
Section 15 and 17 of Title III of the United States Code requires that any objection be presented in writing and signed by a member of the House of Representatives and a senator. Is the objection in writing and signed by a member and a senator?
Mr. President, it is in writing, but unfortunately, no United States Senator has joined in this effort.
In that case, the objection cannot be entertained. Are there any further objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Nevada that the teller has verified appears to be regular, in form, and authentic? This certificate from New Hampshire, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Hampshire seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 4 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Hampshire that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? This certificate from New Jersey, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Jersey seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 14 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 14 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New Jersey? The teller's verified appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from New Mexico, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, and that has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Mexico seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 5 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 5 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of the state of New Mexico that the teller has verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from New York, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority from the state, purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New York seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 29 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 29 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of New York that the teller's verified appears to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from North Carolina, the parliamentarians advise me, is the only certificate of vote from that state that purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate from the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Carolina seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 15 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 15 votes for Vice President.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of North Carolina? If the teller is verified, appears to be regular in form and authentic. This certificate from North Dakota, the parliamentarians advised me, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state. It has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Dakota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 3 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote for the state of North Dakota? That the teller is verified as regular and authentic. Hearing none, this certificate from Ohio, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state. It purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Ohio seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 18 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 18 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote from the state of Ohio that the teller has verified as regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Oklahoma, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from that state, purports to be a return from the state, has annexed to it a certificate of authority of the state purporting to appoint or ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oklahoma seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 7 votes for president, and Michael R. Pence of the state of Indiana received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oklahoma that the teller has verified to be regular in form and authentic? Hearing none, this certificate from Oregon, the parliamentarians advise, is the only certificate of vote from the state that purports to be returned from the state, has a certificate of authority from the state annexed to it to appoint and ascertain electors.
Mr. President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oregon seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware received 7 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for vice president.
Are there any objections to counting the certificate of vote of the state of Oregon?
Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware received 20 votes for president, and Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 20 votes for vice president.
For what reason does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. President, sadly but resolutely, I object to the electoral votes of my beloved Commonwealth of Pennsylvania on the grounds of multiple constitutional infractions that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. And on this occasion, I have a written objection signed by a senator and 80 members of the House of Representatives.
Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator?
Yes, Mr. President, it is.
An objection presented in writing and signed by both a representative and a senator complies with the law. Chapter 1, Title 3 of the United States Code. The clerk will report the objection.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Hawley, United States Senator, Scott Perry, Member of Congress.
Are there further objections to the certificates from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania? The chair hears none. The 2 houses will withdraw from joint session. Each house will deliberate separately on the pending objection and report its decision back to the joint session. The Senate will now retire to its chamber.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, the House will be in order. Thank you. Pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1 and Section 17 of Title III, United States Code, when the two houses withdraw from the joint session to count the electoral vote for separate consideration of an objection, a representative may speak to the objection for 5 minutes and not more than once. Debate shall not exceed 2 hours, after which the chair shall put the question, shall the objection be agreed to? The clerk will report the objection made in joint session.
We, a United States Senator and members of the House of Representatives, object to the counting of the electoral votes of the state of Pennsylvania on the ground that they were not, under all of the known circumstances, regularly given. Signed, Josh Howley and Scott Perry.
The chair will endeavor to alternate recognition between members speaking in support of the objection and members speaking in opposition to the objection. Before I recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the House will be in order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a somber day for the defense of the Constitution. See, the Constitution is just a piece of paper. It cannot defend itself. That is why our leaders swear an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, and that's what I'm doing here this evening. The Constitution states the times, place, and manner of holding elections shall be prescribed by the legislature, not the courts, not the governor, not the Secretary of State or other bureaucrats or elected officials, the legislature. In Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline for ballots to 3 days after the election. They actually wanted 10. The Supreme Court is not the legislature. The Supreme Court mandated unpostmarked ballots to be received, destroying the validity of all the votes that were cast timely. The Supreme Court action defied the law, the legislature, and the will of the people. The Supreme Court authorized the use of drop boxes where ballot harvesting could occur. The legislature never authorized that form of voting, and the court had absolutely no right to do so. Responding to the Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar, the Supreme Court ruled that mail-in ballots need not authenticate signatures. Once again, the court not only defied the Constitution and the will of the people, but by so doing, they created a separate class of voters, thereby violating the Equal Protections Clause prescribed in the Constitution. How can we have two legally separate classes of voters? Yet the court made it so, not the legislature. The Constitution doesn't mention the court when determining the time, place, and manner of elections because they're not authorized to make those decisions, and yet they did it. And the U.S. Supreme Court has refused to hear the case, denying the evidence and denying the demands for justice from the people of Pennsylvania and America. These aren't my opinions. These aren't partisan viewpoints. These are irrefutable facts. 6 days before the election, guidance emailed from the Secretary of State required that counties shall not pre-canvass or canvass any mail-in or civilian absentee ballots received between 8 o'clock Tuesday and 5 o'clock Friday, and that they must be kept separately. That was 6 days before the election. 2 days before the election, county received new guidance from the Secretary of State informing counties that they shall canvass segregated absentee and mail-in ballots as soon as possible upon receipt. The Secretary of State is not elected by the people. She is not a member of the legislature. Yet she, and she alone, determine the time and manner of elections. Unconstitutional, ladies and gentlemen. In defiance of a U.S. Supreme Court order that all ballots received after Election Day be segregated, the Secretary of State knew once they were canvassed, that is, opened and commingled with all the other ballots, they would be counted with all the rest. And what's the remedy for this defiance, for this law breaking? So far, the court has decided there is no remedy. There is no penalty for this lawlessness, this dilution of lawfully cast votes, this defiance of the Constitution. no remedy. When the state legislature requested the governor convene a special session to address the unanswered questions and try and provide a remedy, he refused. When votes are accepted under unconstitutional means without fair and equal protection for all, the only result can be an illegitimate outcome. Illegitimate. The voters did not create this mess, but the will of the people is absolutely being subverted by the deliberate and willful actions of individuals defying their oath, the law, and the Constitution. In Pennsylvania, we use the statewide Uniform Registry of Electors, or the SURE system, as the basis of determining who can vote. Unfortunately, a recent attempted audit by the Democrat State Auditor General concluded that he was unable to establish with any degree of reasonable assurance that the SURE system is secure and that Pennsylvania voter registration records are complete and accurate. That's what we're relying on, ladies and gentlemen, that right there. This is the very same system used to certify the election in the contest for President of the United States. This is the very same system that the state used to certify the 2020 election, even though its figures do not match more than half of Pennsylvania's 67 counties. To this day, right now, while we stand here, how can this election be certified using a system that after 2 months still displays that over 205,000 more votes were cast in Pennsylvania than people who voted in the November election? Let me say that again. 205,000 more votes than voters.
Time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, to my colleague from Pennsylvania, I will say this. I carry the same Constitution that you do. And the Constitution, sir, does not allow you, me, or any member of this body to substitute our judgment for that of the American people. It does not allow us to disregard the will of the American people. Because under this Constitution, under our Constitution, Congress doesn't choose the president. The American people do. And they have chosen in resounding numbers, as every single member of this body well understands. Now, I have been at a loss, Madam Speaker, to explain what happened today, but there's a statement that I found that largely summarized my thoughts on the matter. The scenes of mayhem unfolding at the seat of our nation's government are a sickening and heartbreaking sight. This is how election results are disputed in a banana republic, not our democratic republic. I am appalled by the reckless behavior of some political leaders since the election and by the lack of respect shown today for our institutions, our traditions, and our law enforcement. The violent assault on the Capitol and the disruption of a constitutionally mandated meeting of Congress was undertaken by people whose passions have been inflamed by falsehoods and false hopes. Insurrection could do grave damage to our nation.
Majority Leader.
No further debate.
If there's no further debate, the question shall be, shall the objection submitted by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, the senator from Missouri, Mr. Hawley, be sustained? Is there a sufficient second? The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. No. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, No. Mr. Carper? Mr. Carper, no. Mr. Casey? Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Cassidy? Ms. Collins? Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Coons? Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cornyn? Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Cortez Masto? Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Cotton? Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Crapo? Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Cruz? Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Daines? Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Duckworth? Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Durbin? Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Ernst? Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Feinstein? Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mrs. Fisher? Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Gillibrand? Mr. Graham? Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Grassley? Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Haggerty? Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Harris? Ms. Hassan? Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Hawley? Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Heinrich? Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Hickenlooper? Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Hirono? Mr. Hoven? Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Inhofe? Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. King? Mr. King, no. Ms. Klobuchar? Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Langford? Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Leahy? Mr. Leahy, no. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee, no. Mrs. Loeffler? Mrs. Loeffler, no. Mr. Lujan? Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Lummis? Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Manchin? Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Marshall? Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. McConnell? Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Merkley? Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Murkowski? Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Murray? Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Paul? Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Portman? Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Risch? Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Romney? Mr. Romney, no. Ms. Rosen? Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Rounds? Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Rubio? Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sass? Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Schatz? Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Schumer? Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Scott of Florida? Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mrs. Shaheen? Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Shelby? Mr. Shelby, no. Ms. Sinema? Ms. Sinema, no. Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith, No. Ms. Stabenow? Ms. Stabenow? No. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan? No. Mr. Tester? Mr. Tester? No. Mr. Thune? Mr. Thune? No. Mr. Tillis? Mr. Tillis? No. Mr. Toomey? Mr. Toomey? No. Mr. Tuberville? Mr. Tuberville? Aye. Mr. Van Hollen? Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Warner? Mr. Warner? No. Ms. Warren? Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Whitehouse? Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker? No. Mr. Wyden? Mr. Wyden? No. Mr. Young? Mr. Young? No. Ms. Harris? Ms. Harris? No. Mrs. Gillibrand? Mrs. Gillibrand? No. Mr. Blumenthal? Mr. Blumenthal? No. Ms. Hirono? Ms. Hirono? No. Mr. Portman? Mr. Portman? No. Mr. Cassidy? Mr. Cassidy? No. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez? No. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane? No. Mr. Sanders? Mr. Sanders? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 7, the nays are 92. The objection is not sustained. The Secretary will notify the House of the action of the Senate, informing that body that the Senate is now ready to proceed to joint session with further counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice President. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, for the information of all of our colleagues, we don't expect additional votes tonight. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that upon the dissolution of the joint session, the Senate stand adjourned to then convene for pro forma sessions only, with no business being conducted on the following dates and times, and that following each pro forma session, the Senate adjourn until the next pro forma session. Friday, January the 8th at 10 a.m., Tuesday, January 12th at 12:30 p.m., Friday, January the 15th at 10 a.m. I further ask that when the Senate adjourns on Friday, January 15th, it next convene at 12 noon on Tuesday, January 19th. Further, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Finally, following leader remarks, the Senate proceed to a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Validate the presidential votes. This is illogical and inconsistent, colleagues, and I'm pleased to note that the Supreme Court rejected it as well. The fact is, the election has received unprecedented scrutiny in the courts. I believe it's irresponsible and undemocratic to argue today that the U.S. Congress ought to relitigate the 2020 presidential election and second-guess the will of the voters in multiple states, the decisions of numerous state and federal courts, including the Supreme Court, and the counts and recounts conducted by state election officials. There were 20 lawsuits filed in Pennsylvania challenging aspects of the Pennsylvania presidential election. In 19 of them, you got laughed out of court. The one case you won affected roughly 100 votes. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won by over 80,000.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for that objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening with a heavy heart. The violence that occurred today at the U.S. Capitol was senseless, destructive, and counter to our American values. This past Sunday, each member of this body took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution. And while the path of least resistance, particularly following today's events, would be remaining silent, my oath to uphold the Constitution does not permit me to maintain silence. While systemic voter fraud was not something proven, we've witnessed a systemic failure in the application of Pennsylvania's voting law when it comes to the 2020 general election. In late 2019, the Commonwealth revisited and modernized its election law with the bipartisan Act 77. Granted, in late 2019, the Commonwealth legislature did not have the foresight to anticipate how COVID-19 would present challenges to voting. Despite that, it is not up to the governor, the secretary of the Commonwealth, nor the state Supreme Court to unilaterally create law. The election abuses to Pennsylvania Act 77 taken by the Pennsylvania executive branch and upheld by the Pennsylvania judicial branch were clearly unconstitutional and had an obvious, if not measured, impact on the 2020 election, particularly when it comes to the citizens' faith in the electoral process. Irregularities in Pennsylvania included uneven application of the law, ballot curing, ignoring signature validation requirements, using unsecure drop boxes, accepting ballots beyond the deadlines, and interfering with certified poll watcher access, among others. These actions were taken by the Commonwealth's governor and Secretary of State, while the Pennsylvania Supreme Court circumvented the authority of the state legislature. Furthermore, the chief law officer of the Commonwealth sat idly while this process unfolded. Now, I join many of my colleagues in Pennsylvania requesting the legislators in Harrisburg conduct an investigation and audit to ensure such negligence will be prevented in future elections. I have serious concerns about how these irregularities in the application of the Commonwealth's election laws will play in future elections. Only with equal application of the law will the voters of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania have certainty in their election processes. Now, I remain committed to ensuring the voters receive an electoral system they deserve and where equal application of the law is guaranteed. If our election integrity is compromised, we have failed the very voters who have sent us here to defend the Constitution. I yield my remaining time to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much. I thank the gentleman for yielding. The oath I took is very simple. Madam Speaker, you administer it. It's to support and defend the Constitution. Now, as you walk back to the office buildings, you walk by that wall that has when the various states accepted that Constitution. And remember, when a state accepts the Constitution, it agrees to accept every part of the Constitution. It doesn't get to pick and choose. Pennsylvania was there when it was written. They were so enthusiastic about the Constitution, they approved it in 1787. My state, Maryland, is a little further down the wall, 1788. They were there when it was written. The clause that gave the legislature the power over the elections was there when they accepted it. It's been there since. How dare the judicial branch or the executive branch of that state usurp the legislative authority? That's a clear violation of the Constitution. Now, we heard there's no evidence. Evidence? The Pennsylvania Supreme Court unilaterally extended the deadline to receive absentee and mail-in ballots. Does anybody contest that over here? Does it say the legislature did that? No, it doesn't. It says the court did it. That's a violation. That's what the Texas lawsuit was all about. We disadvantage other states when states like Pennsylvania, the executive branch and judicial branch, cheat on the Constitution. And that's what they did here. But there's more evidence. But wait, there's more. The Democrat Secretary of the Commonwealth eroded integrity by dismissing signature authentication on a ballot. Does anyone here believe the Pennsylvania legislature would have agreed to create a separate system for mail-in ballots and in-person ballots? That if you mail it in, you don't need a signature? But if you vote in person, you do, and it has to be authenticated? Of course not. The legislature clearly wouldn't have agreed to that. But that didn't stop the usurpation of constitutional authority. Madam Chair, I vigorously support this objection, and I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the objection to counting the electoral votes of the state of Arizona additional signers.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, my motion is in front of the table.
objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, tonight we will not be picking the president. For the people did that on November 3rd. Rather, tonight in this House, we will decide whether American democracy survives. Let us be under no illusion. These are the stakes. If this objection succeeds, and the will of 7 million Pennsylvania voters is cast aside, it will be the end of our representative democracy. Now, there is no reasonable debate about what happened in this election in Pennsylvania. 7 million Pennsylvanians voted. Joe Biden won by over 81,000 votes. This was certified in 67 counties by bipartisan local elected officials, including Republicans, and every single court, whether the judge is a Democrat or a Republican, has reaffirmed this outcome. The objectors, however, claim we do not know the will of the people because the election in Pennsylvania was somehow conducted corruptly. Much of their objection centers around the state law passed in 2019, known as Act 77, that gives voters the option of expanded mail-in voting. Objectors are alleging that this law was somehow a brilliant plot by Democrats to disadvantage Republicans and rig elections. This is laughable. Here are the facts. Act 77 was a Republican-led effort in a Republican-controlled legislature. Literally every single Republican in the Pennsylvania Senate voted for it. And in the State House, the vote among Republicans was 105-2. Here is what the Republican Speaker of the Pennsylvania House had to say about Act 77. Quote, "This bill does not benefit one party or the other, or any one candidate or single election. It serves to preserve the integrity of every election and lift the voice of every voter in the Commonwealth." So there is no question as to the facts surrounding this election. They are as clear as they are overwhelming. The only question that remains is this: will this House reaffirm our fidelity to our democracy, or will we end it? I must concede, Madam Speaker, I have been naive about one subject. I always just assumed our democracy would naturally endure, almost as if it was predestined. I never even questioned it until the last several years. 2 centuries ago, one of our founding fathers cautioned against this notion. John Adams wrote, "Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There was never a democracy yet that did not commit suicide." I now realize the wisdom of his words. Never again will I take for granted our democracy. It must be jealously defended by every generation, always. But, Madam Speaker, despite the alarm I feel that our democracy has been brought to this breaking point, as we've seen today, nonetheless, I still maintain hope. Growing up in Philadelphia, raised in an immigrant family, I was often brought down to visit the historic sites. Every summer, without fail, we would spend a day seeing Independence Hall, Congress Hall, the Liberty Bell. It was at Independence Hall where our nation was declared free and our Constitution born. At the Constitutional Convention, the oldest and most widely accomplished delegate was Benjamin Franklin, one of our greatest founding fathers and my city's greatest citizen. On the final day of the Constitution, Franklin pointed to the painted sun on the back of the convention chair. Observing that painters had found it difficult to distinguish between a rising sun from a setting sun, Franklin went on to say, quote, "I have often, during the course of this session, looked at that sun without being able to tell whether it was rising or setting. But now at length I have the happiness to know it is a rising sun." Madam Speaker, on a day like today, when a mob has stormed the Capitol and some members are threatening the core of our democracy, it can be hard to tell whether for American democracy the sun is rising or setting. But I maintain my faith that tonight, by an overwhelming bipartisan majority in Congress, we will uphold the will of we the people, and our democracy will live. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Beautiful. Guarda. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the objection. I'd like to point out that all of the cases that have been thrown out on standing, not the evidence of voter fraud. I'd also like to point out the same people who for 4 years have failed to find a shred of evidence to convict President Trump of Russian collusion are the same people trying to discredit hardworking American poll watchers who are risking perjury by signing affidavits confirming massive voter fraud in multiple states. The same fake news who took the word of Christine Blasey Ford against Justice Kavanaugh, who her own friends denied happened, also dismissed the sworn under penalty of perjury accounts from people who witnessed the election fraud. The same fact checkers who told you that Dominion machines weren't connected to the internet and couldn't be hacked are the same people telling you that there's been no voter fraud and no violations of election law. But it's been proven that these machines are connected and that they can be hacked. We have heard repeatedly argued that objecting to these ballots is unconstitutional and violates the rights of state legislatures. They would rather us affirm fraud and pass the buck back to states rather than following the process Madison, Hamilton, Jefferson, and the framers of the Constitution designed. When states fail to do their job, we are the last line of defense. Congress is here for this exact situation. We are here to be the fail-safe when states refuse to protect the people's votes. By objecting today, we are telling thousands of witnesses who signed affidavits that we have their back, and we will not allow local officials who violate their own election laws to steal this election from those who lawfully voted. I yield the remainder of my time to the member of North Carolina.
I rise today to support the foundation of our democracy, the Constitution of the United States of America. This document is the fabric and the solid foundation of a nation we call America, which has been a beacon of hope and a shining city on the hill for over 230 years. The words of our Constitution, as spelled out in Article 2, Section 1, are very clear when it comes to our elections. Mandating, not suggesting, not implying, but mandating that state legislatures, not secretaries of state, not state commissions, not county officials, not governors, but
As terrifying as today was here in the People's House, it was thankfully fairly short in duration. In contrast, the pain and fear that so many Americans are experiencing this year has been long and continuous to this very moment. Rather than pitting Americans against Americans as we are here, we should be working to ensure rapid distribution of vaccines and adequate relief to Americans who are struggling economically because of this horrific pandemic. But we're not doing that. Instead, we have witnessed a stunning assault on our democracy itself. This challenge is not an act of patriotism. The position of the objectors is completely incompatible with patriotism. Our country is defined by her great people, and our democracy is defined above all else by our Constitution, a Constitution that these individuals want to ignore because they've decided that their judgment, the judgment of a small minority of partisan elites, should somehow override that of the more than 155 million Americans who participated in this election. That, my friends, is not democracy. We should all remember, this country's founding was a rejection of monarchy, a rejection of the notion that any one person could be all-powerful. Our commitment to self-determination is what gave rise to our Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. It's why our founders made the choice to build a country anchored in respect for the rule of law, rather than one tied to the whims of men. It's why we have free and fair elections that allow us to vote out those who hold office. I am proud to join the vast majority of my colleagues in both chambers, Republicans and Democrats alike, in making it clear that our democracy is bigger than any of us. Let's be clear. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won a victory of 306 electoral votes in the Electoral College, the same margin that President Trump won by in 2016 when he called it a landslide. Nearly 7 million of my fellow Pennsylvanians braved this devastating pandemic and economic crisis to cast their ballots, culminating in a total turnout of more than 70%, the highest in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And nationwide, we saw record-breaking turnout. Both in Pennsylvania and nationally, the president's efforts to overturn the election results in the courts failed resoundingly, with many of the strongest rebukes coming from judges the president himself appointed. In fact, contrary to the assertion of my colleague from Georgia across the aisle, not a single lawsuit in Pennsylvania alleged fraud. She may not be aware of this, but allegations of fraud require specificity and detail, and no lawyer could risk his or her license to make such false claims. I am heartened that several of the country's leading Republicans, including Senate Republican Majority Leader McConnell, Senator Mitt Romney, and former Republican Speaker of the House Paul Ryan, have spoken out against this political stunt. Senator Romney said the egregious ploy to reject electors may enhance the political ambition of some, but dangerously threatens our democratic republic. And as former Republican Representative Charlie Dent from my district said, the claim by the president of voter fraud in our state was simply reprehensible. The truth is that he suppressed his own vote by discouraging mail-in voting. And as Pennsylvania State Senator Gene Yaw, also a Republican, has said, my question is, if the mail-in voting of Act 77 was so bad, why did the Trump organization send out a mail-in ballot application to every registered Republican in the state? Today, I am thinking of all of the people who took the time to do their civic duty and vote. Many standing in long lines or
E anche il
painstakingly
2020
researching.
volge al termine e quest'anno il discorso lo fate voi. Abbiamo scelto lo strumento delle note audio e ce ne avete mandate tantissime sul nostro canale Telegram MePiù per darvi la parola, per fare qualche considerazione sull'anno che si sta chiudendo e per magari lanciare un augurio ai nostri amici, a tutte le persone che ci ascoltano per il 2021. Io devo ringraziarvi perché nonostante sia stato un anno non esattamente piacevole, per MePiù è stato un anno molto importante, ci avete permesso di crescere tantissimo, vi ringraziamo per questo, lo avete fatto con il vostro sostegno e noi saremo qui ad aspettarvi anche nel 2021 con l'intento di passare un anno ancora migliore di quello già trascorso. Grazie a tutti, a voi la parola.
Ho parlato per decenni dell'1% di questa setta satanica che governa questo mondo attraverso le società segrete massoniche in tutte le loro sfumature, attraverso le agenzie governative, le agenzie internazionali come l'ONU, l'OMS, il Fondo Monetario Internazionale, la Banca Mondiale. Sono tutti strumenti in mano a questi criminali per controllare l'umanità. Oggi, con quello che sta succedendo in modo così palese, direi anche vergognoso, disgustoso in America, con tutto quello che abbiamo visto, un criminale, un piccolo satanista come Macron fare al popolo francese, vedendo tutto quello che l'erede di Hitler, la Merkel, sta facendo al popolo tedesco, vedendo le porcherie che questi 4 buffoni, figli di Gheraci italiani, fascisti nazisti, stanno facendo al popolo italiano. Io credo che è tempo che noi, l'umanità intera, si dia la mano e in questo nuovo anno arrivare a distruggere una volta per tutti questa cabala internazionale che sopravvive dai tempi di Matusalemme ai nostri giorni per non tornare troppo nella storia. Ecco quello che avevo da dire questo fine anno, che l'umanità intera si unisce per sconfiggere questi criminali e permettere all'umanità di vivere in armonia, in pace e in dignità su questo pianeta. Buon anno a tutti, grazie.
Auguro a tutti quanti e al canale MePiù un buon 2021. Potrebbe essere veramente un anno di grandi cose, l'anno della riscossa, ma per poter che tutto questo accada è importante che cominciamo a prendere le redini della nostra vita, capire che il mondo come l'abbiamo conosciuto fino ad oggi non esisterà più e dobbiamo metterci nelle condizioni di poter costruire il mondo che vogliamo, perché quello che chi governa questo pianeta ha in mente come futuro non è il futuro che ci piace. Il dibattito sul futuro dell'umanità è finito e hanno preso le loro scelte e noi a nostra volta dobbiamo, sui presupposti diversi, costruire il mondo che vogliamo. Un mondo all'interno del mondo? Non lo so. Dobbiamo iniziare veramente a diventare estremamente operativi, ben organizzati e soprattutto con rinnovate energie. Quindi auguro a tutti veramente un buon nuovo 2021.
Buonasera a tutti, ci tenevo a farvi gli auguri per un nuovo anno, sarà leggermente migliore di questo, procedete con cautela, sta scherzando, fate un po' come vi pare, sono Sandro Torella, vi dico divertitevi, cioè mi sa che forse era meglio quello, non lo so, cioè, non so se è più cazzato, oppure io che dico divertitevi, fate come vi pare, ecco, buon anno a tutti.
Questa potrebbe essere un'era di tecnomagia, invece è soltanto un'era di finzione, di virtualità, di relazioni a distanza, è un'era in cui chi più mente più ha potere e in quest'era di decadimento l'unica cosa reale, l'unica nostra possibilità è la possente vibrazione del nostro essere, l'unica cosa concreta e altamente sostanziale. E quindi in alto i cuori e buon anno a tutti.
Un caro saluto a tutti voi da Cosimo Massaro. Abbiamo passato un 2020 duro, per alcuni aspetti drammatico, dove le forze oscure stanno sferrando i loro ultimi colpi di coda per imporci il loro nuovo ordine mondiale. Stiamo vivendo tempi epocali, con forti cambiamenti sociali, ma sono anche i tempi più ricchi di possibilità evolutive da tutti i punti di vista. Grazie di cuore per tutto il vostro sostegno alla divulgazione di un'informazione libera. Il nostro impegno sarebbe vano senza il vostro supporto. Auspico per tutti noi un nuovo anno ricco di sogni e con tanta voglia di ritornare a vivere serenamente, senza le paure indotte dal sistema dominante. Solo tutti uniti e con la forza della verità potremo vincere questa battaglia contro l'oscura menzogna che sta offuscando le menti di tanti uomini. Vi faccio i miei migliori auguri per un felice e prospero 2021. Un forte abbraccio da Cosimo Massaro.
È stato un anno duro, difficile, ma anche intenso e denso di cambiamenti. Ed ora che sta per terminare, sono certa che il 2020 ce lo ricorderemo per sempre. Ecco perché auspico per tutti qualcosa di buono dal 2021, che ci possa almeno riportare il sorriso. Quindi auguri a tutti, di cuore, da Beatrice Silenzi.
Carissimi italiani e carissime italiane, la civiltà di un popolo si misura in base alla cura che si dedica ai più fragili, ai più deboli, ai più poveri. Vi invito a ribellarvi a questa dittatura sanitaria, questo malanno che loro hanno chiamato pandemia si cura. Questa è la buona notizia che vi porto, concittadine e concittadine. Questa malattia è curabile. Non è necessario vaccinarsi. Occupiamoci dei nostri fratelli e delle nostre sorelle che hanno il frigo vuoto, la dispensa vuota. Occupiamoci di aiutare chi è solo, chi è ammalato di tante altre malattie. La vita è una soltanto e va vissuta con significato, umanità e compassione.
Un saluto a tutti gli amici di MePiù. Una volta si usava dire resistere, erano altri temi, altri tempi, ma effettivamente Oggi il verbo resistere sembra essere quello più adatto per approcciarci a questo 2021, che purtroppo tutti i dati dicono sarà un anno forse ancora più difficile del 2020, perché diritti e libertà sono sempre di più sotto attacco, senza che ci sia peraltro una reazione popolare, senza che ci siano girotondi o quegli pseudomovimenti che abbiamo conosciuto per tanti anni, che gridavano al lupo quando poi non era accaduto nulla. Oggi che sta accadendo invece sono nella completa indifferenza. Non ci rimane che augurarci di resistere, di esserci, di raccontare questa difficile realtà. Un augurio a tutti.
Sta finendo un anno terribile, ma non è detto che ne inizi uno meglio. Non voglio essere pessimista, semplicemente è la realtà. Questo 2020 ci ha portato maggiore povertà, maggiore disuguaglianza sociale, una riduzione dei diritti individuali in tutto il mondo, un caos sociale, politico, una crisi economica senza precedenti dalla seconda guerra mondiale a oggi, forse anche più grave di quella della seconda guerra mondiale. Insomma, non è stato un bel 2020, ma la società in cui ci ha gettato e in cui ci sta gettando, ma ci getterà sicuramente il Covid, la società digitale, è probabilmente molto peggiore di quella che ci ha lasciato. E forse questa è l'eredità peggiore del Covid. Ovviamente i morti, ma la società digitale a cui siamo tutti quanti obbligati è qualcosa che probabilmente devasterà la nostra società nel futuro, anche se vedo molte reazioni e molte prese di coscienza anche da persone insospettabili. Detto questo, auguro a tutti quanti un meraviglioso 2021, sperando che anche nel disastro riusciate tutti quanti a trovare il vostro spazio di felicità.
Beh, come riassumere il 2020 in meno di 30 secondi? Ma tranquilli, nel 2021 andrà tutto bene.
Che augurio fare agli ascoltatori di MePiù e in generale a tutti quelli che seguono i canali dell'informazione libera per il 2021? Sicuramente il 2020 è stato un anno complesso e difficile, ma è stato anche un anno in cui si sono palesate, si sono svelate tutta una serie di soggetti e tutta una serie di dinamiche. L'auspicio che faccio per il 2021 è che cresca nella popolazione la consapevolezza della realtà in cui viviamo e in un certo senso proprio le sfide che ci troveremo ad affrontare da ogni punto di vista nel 2021 mi auguro che siano un modo per consentire a quanto più persone possibile di accrescere la loro capacità di osservare e decifrare il presente, perché sarà un presente complesso in cui le nostre azioni avranno un peso determinante, quindi l'augurio che voglio fare a tutti è quello di aprire gli occhi.
E a nome di tutto il canale YouTube Libreria Cavour Esoterica, un grande augurio a MePiù e un ringraziamento, un augurio di buona fine anno e buon inizio, con anche una dedica speciale. Grazie per il vostro lavoro e mantenete sempre viva in tutti noi la fiamma interiore, la vostra indomita ribellione e il fuoco che c'è nella vostra anima. Non fatevi mai spegnere la luce negli occhi. Complimenti a tutti voi, un grandissimo abbraccio.
A tutti gli amici di MePiù un augurio di un 2021 migliore del 2020. Ci saranno sicuramente un sacco di sfide che dovremo affrontare, ma sono sicuro che insieme riusciremo a fare tanto.
Credo che gli auguri non servano a granché.
Lo si è visto tra l'altro quando alla fine dell'anno scorso ci siamo augurati un buon 2020. I fatti in gran parte ci hanno smentito. Fare gli auguri prevede e prelude al fatto che il mondo o un salvatore o il fato o il destino vengano a darci ciò che ci serve. Non funziona così. Non funziona così. Noi siamo gli artefici del nostro destino. Noi siamo gli artefici del nostro destino, quindi io vi auguro di avere cuore, che vuol dire avere coraggio. Ciò che ci separa da quello che vogliamo è la paura. Con il coraggio la scavalchiamo e andiamo esattamente dove volevamo essere. Vi auguro di raggiungere quella felicità che è oltre la paura. Un bacio e un sorriso a voi. Grazie.
Oh, finalmente se siamo levati sto 2020 dalle palle, il peggior anno di sempre, però per fare in modo che il 2021 sia un anno veramente di rinascita e di riscatto è ora che tutti noi facciamo la nostra parte e soprattutto scegliamo battaglie pragmatiche da portare avanti, magari anche piccole battaglie ma che ci riguardino ogni giorno. Quindi vaffanculo 2020, forza 2021, non ci deludere.
Buonasera a tutti, la Why Do You Feel Alone ha il piacere di presentarvi tutte le facce del complottista, in edizione social solo per voi, scritta e redatta da non sono che un granellino McLeod. Il complottista religioso, BioNTech è il marchio della bestia. Il complottista terapeutista, il vaccino non lo faccio perché se lo fanno i covidioti. Il complottista di maniera, BioNTech è uno strumento di coercizione sociale massiva basata sul controllo delle frequenze elettromagnetiche ipotalamiche. Il complottista della destra democratica, il vaccino non è stato sperimentato ma se servirà a farla finita con le restrizioni me lo faccio, tanto se lo fanno Meloni e Salvini andrà tutto bene. Il covidiano organico al covidismo, intendendo con tale termine il colpo di stato globale iniziato a marzo 2020 e da lui introiettato con il termine pandemia, è fermamente convinto che l'unico rimedio alla pandemia sia il cosiddetto vaccino anti-Covid, rigettando così come complottista ogni sorta di dubbio in merito. Buon anno! Ciao Eugenio.
Salve a tutti, il 2020 è stato indubbiamente un anno molto difficile, ma si sono anche create grandi opportunità di cambiamento. Si è anche scoperto, ad esempio, che il re è nudo, perché il denaro si può creare e il debito non è mai un problema. Quindi possiamo e dobbiamo essere consapevoli che abbiamo le risorse per progettare e realizzare il nostro futuro. Auguro quindi per il 2021 un nuovo anno positivo, che possa finalmente migliorare la nostra vita e quella dei nostri figli. Auguri a tutti.
Un saluto agli ascoltatori di MePiù da Carlo Savegnago del canale Il Vaso di Pandora. Vi auguro un 2021 di comprensione e consapevolezza. Spegnete la televisione e accendete la mente. Auguri a tutti.
Dunque, in 30 secondi vi posso solo dire che questo anno nuovo ci porterà a ritornare alla normalità. Ah no, aspetta, c'è da arrivare la Befana, poi c'è San Valentino e poi forse c'è Pasqua. Si risentimo, va che è meglio.
È stato un anno molto difficile quest'anno, grandi sofferenze, un massacro della nostra economia, però molti di quelli che potevano aprire gli occhi hanno aperto gli occhi, si sono resi conto di dove i poteri forti ci vogliono trascinare. L'anno prossimo sarà l'anno della riscossa, certamente, perché molti di noi tutti insieme sapremo organizzarci per cambiare questo paese. Auguri a tutti per questo anno 2021, che speriamo sia molto migliore di quelli che hanno preceduto.
Buon anno Eugenio, buon anno. In questi tempi incerti e complicati è difficile sapere come sarà il futuro, ma quello che possiamo fare è immaginare e credere che questo anno nuovo sarà ricco di sorprese eccitanti e di grandi cambiamenti positivi. Col 2020 finisce la credibilità di un vecchio mondo e le voci fuori dal coro, come la tua, Eugenio, e quella degli amici di MePiù, saranno sempre più riconosciute man mano che la verità ci rende liberi. Nel nuovo anno. Buon anno.
Sinceri auguri di buon anno da tutta la redazione di Edizioni Spazio Interiore. Vi auguriamo con tutto il cuore di terminare il 2020 nel migliore dei modi e di lasciarvi alle spalle un anno a dir poco turbolento e di iniziarne uno nuovo all'insegna della trasformazione. Auguriamo a tutti di essere centrati e presenti, di mantenere salda la vostra essenza, di scendere nelle profondità della vostra anima per spiccare il volo verso la piena realizzazione. Buon 2021.
Ciao Eugenio, ciao a tutti, ciao complottisti vari, com'è? Allora, si finisce l'anno tra un po', eh? Bene bene, questo 2020 è stato un magnifico. Alla facciaccia di dice che è un gran casino. Ho fatto tutto quello che volevo fare, che ho sempre voluto fare. Grazie Covid. Prendiamola bene, dai. Ciao ragazzi, buon anno.
Care meraviglie, amici, fratelli e sorelle italiani. Si sta per concludere un anno difficilissimo, 2020. E stiamo per abbracciare un anno che secondo me sarà assolutamente innovativo, perché il 2020 è stato segnato da menzogna, da paura, da cattiveria, e invece il 2021 io auguro a tutti noi che possa essere la risultante di un processo positivo, dove noi possiamo veramente capire quali sono stati gli errori che hanno segnato questo 2020, gli errori che hanno portato anche a degli orrori, a delle stragi, a un mancato sostegno a livello nazionale, all'occultamento, alla propaganda, e invece adesso abbiamo la possibilità di rinascere, e questo è glorioso, è un 2021 che è potenzialmente glorioso. Quindi auguro a tutti noi di poter vivere in un paese di cui noi siamo gli attori protagonisti e ci riprendiamo il nostro potere, la nostra responsabilità con gioia. Tanti auguri, io sono Ambra Federico, auguri e buon anno.
Buon anno a tutti ragazzi, che sia un 2021 rivoluzionario e che ci porti ad avere tutto quello che meritiamo. Questo 2020 io credo che sia stato solo un piccolo trailer di quello che ci aspetterà nei prossimi anni, e credo che la battaglia inizi ora. Grazie Eugenio Miccoli per questo invito, mi raccomando seguite Eugenio Leoni, e un buon 2021 da Riccardo Rocchesso. Ciao a tutti ragazzi.
Questo dovrebbe essere, come dice Eugenio, un po' come il discorso di Mattarella agli italiani. Io purtroppo ho appena ascoltato un'intervista alla dottoressa Boygan, e mentre la televisione stanno inneggiando all'arrivo dei vaccini, l'intervista alla dottoressa Boygan induce a pensare che saremo avvelenati per motivi di lucro, o forse anche per altri motivi di tipo politico. Qualcuno parla del nuovo ordine mondiale, qualcuno parla del reset. Voglio evitare di parlare del perché stanno facendo questa cosa, ma la stanno facendo. Bene, dobbiamo resistere a tutto quello che vogliono imporci, perché questo non è da uomini liberi. Fare quello che loro vogliono non è da uomini liberi. Fare quello che loro vogliono è da schiavi. E noi dobbiamo decidere se preferiamo essere schiavi, sapendo che uno schiavo è un oggetto, oppure se vogliamo essere uomini liberi. E gli uomini liberi, e chi osa una frase molto americana, gli uomini liberi non hanno bisogno di permessi. Gli uomini liberi sono quelli che, nel rispetto delle libertà altrui, pretendono la propria libertà. Dobbiamo fare questo e non significa andare in piazza a manifestare, non serve a niente. Significa invece documentarsi, sapere quali sono ancora i diritti che noi dobbiamo pretendere e farli rispettare. Sì, manifesteremo quando sarà il momento. Io auguro a tutti un 2021 che sia migliore.
Ringraziare Eugenio, tutto lo staff di MePiù, grazie per il lavoro svolto, e sento di voler anche ringraziare tantissimo Conare per le bellissime interviste che ci avete regalato. Credo che tutto dipenda veramente da noi, dalle nostre scelte quotidiane, da quanto siamo capaci a boicottare il mainstream, i social, quelli legati ai signori, insomma, che conosciamo tutti, ahimè, bene, e quindi trovare delle strade alternative, creando la bellezza, l'armonia, e ce la faremo, ragazzi, ce la faremo tutti insieme con grande entusiasmo e speranza, e soprattutto con la certezza che ce la faremo. Grazie a tutti ancora, un abbraccio grande.
Il mio augurio per il 2021 è che la verità sia fruibile a tutti.
Però noi conosciamo il futuro, sappiamo che i confini spariranno. Quelli della Cina, della Corea del Nord, sono solo convenzioni. Convenzioni che ci intralciano.
In cosa?
Nel libero flusso di potere e di informazioni. È questo il futuro.
Ecco, possiamo vedere che nelle loro serie televisive quello che vogliono fare ce lo raccontano.
Un augurio di buon anno a tutti quanti, e ricordatevi sempre che questo che è appena passato è stato un anno fantastico. Forse ancora non lo avete realizzato, ma sappiate che è così. In bocca al lupo per tutto a tutti gli internauti e agli amici di MePiù. Ciao!
Ciao a tutti gli amici di MePiù e di Eugenio Miccoli, che è un caro amico. Io sono Alessandro Gallo, del comitato Marcia della Liberazione. Auguro a tutti noi di essere capaci di unire le forze per difendere i diritti non solo delle persone che vivono in Italia, ma di tutta l'umanità. Quindi in particolare augurio agli amici della controinformazione e a tutte quelle persone che condividono i valori umanistici della democrazia e hanno come faro la Carta dei diritti universali dell'uomo e la Costituzione italiana. Ciao!
La massima, come in alto e in basso, riassume anche i principi rappresentati dalla geometria frattale, secondo i quali siamo parte di un tutto che risponde a leggi riconducibili alle dinamiche vitali e creative di qualsiasi attività umana e non. Per cui laddove è il caos, leggi superiori riportano il tutto al riequilibrio. Da qualsiasi prospettiva o punto di vista si analizzano i tempi che stiamo vivendo, è evidente che stanno venendo al pettine i nodi che noi stessi abbiamo prodotto. In questo passaggio epocale mettiamoci in risonanza con la nuova era, ispirandoci all'Homo Novus già incarnato da Giordano Bruno.
Cari cittadini, concittadini, italiani tutti, giunga a voi il messaggio di speranza, che poi è il mio, non il suo, con l'augurio che tutte le dosi di vaccino arrivino in tempo, prima che vi si sciolgano le mascherine, che invece il vaccino provvederà ad incollare sul vostro viso, ormai deturpato da tutti questi mesi che non se ne può più. Le mascherine passeranno da presidio sanitario ad esigenze estetica per coprire la furuncolosi e la coltivazione di funghi di ogni tipo sbocciate sulla vostra pelle. Il motto futuro sarà: sulla pelle degli italiani ricostruiremo una nuova Italia. Buon 2021!
Sii sempre in guerra con i tuoi vizi, in pace con i tuoi vicini e lascia che ogni nuovo anno ti trovi un uomo migliore. Questo è un augurio di Benjamin Franklin e che vi auguro per il prossimo 2021. Ciao da Igor Schiaroli.
Un augurio per una scossa condivisa, per uscire dal sonno e per tirare fuori le palle, perché è necessario farlo subito.
Amici dissidenti, complottisti, ma anche semplicemente scettici, non disperatevi, non abbattetevi. Il 2021 sarà foriero di confusione da parte di coloro che hanno come obiettivo il vaccino. Vaccino di qua, vaccino di là, non si parla d'altro. Ogni cosa verte solo sul vaccino. Si arrampicheranno sugli specchi e hanno veramente pochissimo tempo per ingannarvi e per iniettarvi Dio solo sa quale brodaglia. Ma non è un vaccino quel liquido, tutto è ma non un vaccino. È un nuovo inizio per loro, ma non hanno fatto i conti che è un nuovo inizio anche per noi. Buon risveglio a tutti, amici miei.
Io credo che quest'anno sia stato un grande anno, un anno veramente molto importante, ma in termini positivi. Ecco, io mi sono un po' rotto le scatole di ascoltare negatività di persone che si lamentano. Basta lamentarsi, o meglio, lo abbiamo fatto fino a questo anno. Sì, negativo, ma molto bello, perché ho visto delle reazioni, si sono visti i ruoli, le persone che hanno scelto da che parte stare. C'è stata molta più curiosità su questi temi, le persone si chiedono ma perché, ma per come, cosa sta succedendo. Secondo me è stato un anno meraviglioso da questo punto di vista. Perciò il mio augurio per l'anno prossimo è che ci sia questa consapevolezza all'interno della vita di ognuno di noi. L'errore più grande è pensare di trovare di nuovo un'altra guida, una nuova personalità da seguire. Ecco, quella di sicuro non è la strada che ci porta a una situazione migliore di questa. Quindi il mio augurio per tutti quanti, se tu che mi stai sentendo, l'unico modo in cui puoi veramente cambiare il mondo è pensare globale, agire locale, e per locale si intende il tuo io, la tua persona, la tua quotidianità, il tuo micromondo. Inizia da lì, cambia quelle piccole cose della tua zona locale e vedrai che il cambiamento nel mondo sarà una conseguenza.
Volevo augurare a Eugenio e tutto il team di MePiù un buon anno, anche se a mia previsione il 2021 non sarà meglio, ma anzi peggio. Ecco perché abbiamo bisogno di voi, tanto bisogno di voi, che ci date un'informazione onesta e lotteremo tutti insieme. Grazie per quello che state facendo. Un abbraccio dall'Indocina.
Ciao a tutti, sono Flavia e vi mando i miei auguri questa sera osservando la bellissima luna piena che c'è in cielo, pensando a quest'anno che si è concluso, che è stato surreale un po' per tutti, anche per chi si aspettava e aveva già puzzato che ci sarebbe stato qualche cambiamento, ma devo dire, per quanto mi riguarda, non me l'aspettavo così presto. Però ecco, questa accelerazione porta dentro di sé una profonda trasformazione che dona a chi la sa cogliere una grande prospettiva per quello che verrà dopo e finalmente una spinta per poter cambiare direzione. Pensavo di essere sola in questo pensiero, invece quest'anno ho conosciuto MePiù, precisamente a febbraio 2020 e quindi per me è stato un anno bello, perché ho trovato tante persone che si pongono dubbi, che cercano di migliorare questo mondo, quindi io vi auguro che questo 2021 sia solo l'inizio di questo grande cambiamento e che tutti insieme ce la possiamo fare. E poi ovviamente vi auguro di trovare l'amore, come è successo a me quest'anno, però ovviamente non ha niente a che vedere con MePiù, Ciao, buon anno a tutti.
Cari italiani, cari italiane, tanti auguri di buon finale 2020 e buon inizio 2021. Il Covid ha paralizzato tutti e allora che si fa? Non ci crediamoci più, ognuno si riprende la propria libertà e viva liberamente. Tanti auguri da Daniele.
No, comunque ho avuto un'idea geniale per il 2021. Mi farò una mascherina con scritto "hai rotto il cazzo", punto esclamativo. Così poi quando mi dicono di alzarla, no, io me la alzo e direttamente, no, hai rotto il cazzo. Cioè, secondo me, ottimo, ho svoltato. Ciao, buon anno.
Niente ragazzi, io ho scoperto da poco MePiù, non da moltissimo, ma devo essere sincero, più che un canale mi sembra una famiglia, perché oltre alla professionalità, alla competenza, ma soprattutto all'onestà intellettuale, io ci vedo molto pathos, molto lato emotivo. Quindi mi viene dal cuore di dirvi grazie. L'augurio che faccio per il nuovo anno, speriamo che se ne vada tutto a fanculo, tutto sto schifo che abbiamo passato. Ve lo dico in barese, dai, cosa vuoi fare? Va passa. Ciao raga.
Buonasera, buon anno 2021, speriamo senza Covid. Auguri ad Eugenio Miccoli per il grande lavoro giornalistico che fa. Auguri al mondo, perché i cittadini siano protagonisti, perché i cittadini comprendano che il mondo lo stanno distruggendo, perché i cittadini capiscano che urge una pace mondiale ed è necessario dismettere le armi. La democrazia è bella, ma i cittadini non possono soltanto lamentarsi, devono essere protagonisti del loro futuro. Io credo negli auguri del 2021, ma credo che il migliore augurio sia riprendersi il mondo nella sua dimensione etica, morale, culturale, sociale, politica, civile, economica. Buon 2021.